and shall dream of it. The
Okay, thank
recording
you.
is now in progress.
I'd just like to share with the group that at the tender age of 12, I was introduced to the Marcus Garvey movement in Colon, Panama. And at the age of around 12 or 13, I was studying the Black Man magazine. And I remember back in August 1938, I read a poem by Marcus Garvey that goes like this. A Negro who got rich did stray to claim he was not of the race, but all the world could only say, he's a fool and so disgrace. You cannot change your skin, my man, for nature made you as you are. And your wish to change your father's clan is ignorance that goes too far. And the woman of another race you choose to share your fortune with shall slay you as in siren myth. And when you find it deed unwise, it will be too late to mend. For then the race you did despise shall count you out with traitors' end. Marcus Garvey, August 1938.
Thank you, Theo. That was beautiful. Anyone else?
I know Valerie Dixon have so much to say about Marcus Garvey because she's been at the head of this. So let's ask her to really bless us with some beautiful Marcus Garvey thought, ideology, and philosophy. You are muted, Valerie Dixon.
Oh, I'm sorry. I will admit, good morning, everyone. I will admit that you have taken me by surprise in terms of wanting to say something just now outside of my tribute. I came across a poem only recently in my research. But you know, when you want to find things, it's the last thing you're going to find. But I will just say, you reminded us that you came to Marcus Garvey very young. I came to Marcus Garvey out of gratitude. I am one of those persons who received in the early days the scholarship to go to the elite traditional high schools in Jamaica. I'll just let you know from right off the bat. And during my high school days, I never heard the name Marcus Messiah Garvey mentioned. And it was purely by accident that I came across the sayings of this great man. And I said to myself, if ever the chance should present itself, I am going to become a part of this movement for the simple reason that my mother, despite my getting the scholarship, was not able to maintain me in this prestigious, quote unquote, elite high school. But the factory where she worked, and I say this with pimples all over me now, a group of women who worked in that factory, they were my support. I will never know the names of all these people, these women. But every time I came to my mom and I would say, I don't know what you're going to do, but I need a tennis racket. Or I don't know how you're going to do it, but I need such and such a book. And the word would go around in the grapevine of this factory, where these women toiled under sweatshop conditions. And they would put their quarters, that is a quarter penny, their pennies, their twopences, their halfpennies, their shillings, whatever they could afford. And before you could say, who is that? I would run to the bookstore and I was able to get that particular book. And so I made a promise to myself that when the time was right, or if afforded it, this would be my way of giving back to all the taxpayers, all the women in that factory who didn't have much but still gave a lot, that I would become involved in the work laid out by Marcus Messiah Garvey. And I'm here to say that the opportunity presented itself quite a number of years ago, and I'm now deeply involved in the community of resource, where history tells us Marcus Garvey came to thank the stalwarts and the elders of that community for such a large support of his Black Star Line enterprise. And although everyone ridiculed them, they stood firm. So I am still working after 24 years in this community and other communities using the principles of self-help as laid down by Marcus Garvey. So
Thank you.
that's how I became a Garveyite.
Thank you.
You're
Sharon?
welcome.
Good morning, good afternoon, good
Arigani.
day to everyone. Welcome to the inaugural Marcus Garvey Day tribute. First time for SOAD. We are honored for your presence. We're recognizing our royals, we're recognizing our dignitaries, we're recognizing our excellencies, members of parliament, we're recognizing the conveners, we're recognizing all the panelists, and we're recognizing all Garveyites. Ladies and gentlemen, we will officially begin our program, which is now being recorded. We celebrate the man of the millennium, Marcus Messiah Garvey, our first national hero in Jamaica, and the Pan-Africanist champion of the world. One God, one aim, one destiny is the motto. It still is. Our theme is a new Pan-African worldview, panel discussions by Garveyites, researchers, and lecturers on Garvey's Back to Africa in the 21st Century, women's issues in the Pan-African world that are relevant today. Exodus Alliance will deal with repatriation, which is a must, and we will have live entertainment. You are in the State of the African Diaspora Marcus Garvey Day Tribute and Conference. Thank you so much for your participation. We are going to emancipate ourselves from mental slavery because whilst others might free the body, none but ourselves can free the mind. Marcus Garvey speaking in Menelek Hall, Sydney, Nova Scotia, 1937. Those words still ring in our ears. Our reggae musicians still frame those into songs that motivate and inspire us. We give thanks for the life of Marcus Messiah Garvey today in this virtual tribute. The theme is the new Pan-African worldview. Our chairperson, Deandra Hamilton, unfortunately cannot make it. I am sitting in her place. We welcome everyone. Greetings to our royals, Dr. Julius Garvey, legacy holder for the Garvey philosophy. SOAD executives, conveners, panelists, ladies and gentlemen, Garveyites across the globe, the Black Star Liner looms in front of us. It was more than a dream, it was a reality. And it could be a greater reality for us today. Our speakers may make mention of it, or make mention of other illustrious programs that we are doing today as we carry on the dream. We bring the dream into full manifestation. I know one of our speakers is a Garveyite and lecturer for many years, and he will be talking about his book, which is bringing the dream in full context in 2020. We will have opening remarks now by our Prime Minister Louis Georges Tin, and later an historical announcement. Dr. Tin?
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. It is quite a honor for me to open this session, and it is the first time that we celebrate the Marcus Garvey Day. On July the 1st, the government of the state of the African diaspora decided to adopt its official calendar. So we have different dates for this calendar. For example, we've got the Toussaint Louverture Day, which is in April the 7th. The 25th of May, obviously, is the Africa Liberation Day. The 1st of July is the International Day of the African Diaspora. The 31st of July is the Pan-African Women Day. The 23rd of August is the International Day of Remembrance of the Slave Trade and its abolition. September 21st, Kwame Nkrumah Day. October the 19th, Nani Day. 5th of November, Carlota Day. 20th of November, Zumbi and Dandara Day. But today is August the 17th. So we are celebrating Marcus Garvey's Day, and this is why we are here today. This commemoration is not only a commemoration. Many people organize every year different events about this topic or this one, about this hero or another one. But for us, commemoration could never be a substitute for action. It has to be a springboard for action. Marcus Garvey himself was certainly a man of action. So when we commemorate the hero, we don't want only to tell the story, we need also to prepare the future, based, of course, on his legacy. So that is why today there will be not one, not two, but 3 or 4 announcements about concrete actions. But all these actions are in line with Dr. Garvey's memory and legacy. So, of course, Marcus Garvey is associated with many notions, but in particular, repatriation. And as he said, repatriation is reparation. As you all understand, the very existence of a state of the African diaspora in itself is a reparation. Because of slavery and deportation, we were scattered all over the world. But because now we are making all these connections within the state, then the state is already a kind of self-reparation for all the harm that was done to us. It doesn't mean that the other people shouldn't repair. Of course, they have to repair. But we also have to do our job. We cannot expect others to do the job instead of us. We need to repair. And repatriation is, of course, part of the reparation program. That is so important for us that, as I said, SOAD is in itself a reparation. And our first Vice Prime Minister who is in the room, Queen Windocon, and I want to say greetings to her. Well, her mandate is about reparation, restitution, restoration, and repatriation. So, you know, it means that this topic is very essential to us. Let me also welcome our second Vice Prime Minister, who is also working to repair our agribusiness capacity. And to be honest, I think all the ministers here, the excellencies, majesties, ambassadors, MPs, brothers and sisters, whatever we are doing, we need to keep in mind that it is in line with Dr. Garvey, because we need to repair the harm that was done to us. So if you are working in agriculture, keep in mind that you need to repair our capacity that was destroyed. If you are working on trade, well, it is also a way to repair the destruction of our economy. If you are working on health, well, certainly our health needs to be fixed. If you are working on education, well, through education, we need also to repair the harm that was done to us. So that is why I would say, let us put all our actions in a mindset of reparation and repatriation. That is why I call upon the community here to keep in mind the legacy of the past, the legacy of Marcus Garvey, to give more meaning and more power to all the actions that we need to build. So today is about the past, and we pay a tribute to Marcus Garvey, but it's also about the future. And I'm very glad that all these announcements were prepared, and they will be shared with you in a few minutes. And now let me give again the floor to our ambassador, Mrs. Sharon. Sharon, I really, I'm grateful to you for all the job and the passionate job that you have done with all your team to bring everybody to the table around our great hero. And I think wherever he is, he's very happy to see you, to hear you. And it's also a privilege for us to receive the support of Mr. Garvey's son, Julius Garvey, who couldn't make it with us today. You understand that he may have a little bit of activities today, obviously.
Oh, yes.
However, he sent a message, a very warm message, a video message that I will be able to share with you a bit later. So I don't want to be any longer. I just need to leave the floor to Her Excellency. Thank you very much, Sharon.
Thank you very much for that warm and stirring message. It's heartwarming. I'd like to ask Nan IG and Queen Hundiken if they'd like to make remarks, and then we could bring in the remarks by Dr. Julius Garvey. Ladies, if that's okay with you, you could give us brief remarks, and also our President of ECHO 6 and Vice Prime Minister Hugh Johnson. We will take your brief remarks as well, very brief remarks.
Thank you to all of you. Thank you very much, Sharon. Are you all hearing me? I do have voice issues here. Can you all hear me, please?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, a little louder.
So I would
Yes, I'm hearing.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to thank you. I'd like to welcome one and all to SOAD's State of the African Diaspora inaugural Marcus Garvey Day. Welcome to all of you. Keeping it very brief because we have such a beautiful program that our Ambassador Sharon has done. So welcome to all of you. Sit back and have a wonderful day. This is going to be proven to be a glorious day today. From SOAD and from around the world where many, many tributes are being held. So welcome to you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Queen. And now, Queen IG.
Greetings and welcome to all of you. It is a great honor to be here with you, and it is a very happy day to celebrate Marcus Garvey. I am really very happy that we are celebrating Marcus Garvey on this SOAD Day, and we have got really a very sensational program. Thank you, Sharon, for your work. Thank you, Your Excellency, and thank you to all of your team that have been working with you. So happy Marcus Garvey to everybody, and let's go.
Thank you so much. I love that. Thank you for your smile, a queen of love and hope, and our queen of repatriation, our queen of victory and justice. May we now have the president of ECHO 6 to give us his remarks.
Thank you, Ambassador Sharon. May I say welcome to this magnificent day celebration to Prime Minister Georgetown, Vice Prime Minister, all the ministers, all our well-wishers and supporters. May I say a hearty welcome to you all. It is with sincere gratitude and pleasure that we sit here today to celebrate the day of a magnificent, dynamic leader as Marcus Garvey. He is inspiration to all of us. He has been the inspiration to our forefathers, most of our four founding fathers of this African unity and renaissance. And I just want to say, I'm looking forward to the many presentations and celebration that will afford us today from our many speakers and presenters. And at the end of it, may it all culminate into positive action in achieving Marcus Garvey's dream. Thank you, one and all.
Eloquent, as usual. Thank you so very much. We'd like to take the greetings of Dr. Julius Garvey at this time. It is a video recording, so just give us a moment to get that established.
So I have to share my screen.
Yes, PM, share your screen. And while you're doing that, you have the right to request to speak anytime, as if you're going to give us a Garvey quote, and of course for your presentation. I'll give you one right now. A person without the knowledge of their past history, origin, or culture is like a tree without roots. Yes, so as we go along, we will have them. And now Dr. Julius Garvey, the heart surgeon and the CEO of the Garvey Development Institute.
So can you hear the video and see it?
I can see it, can't hear it. I can see. It's still.
Can you see it now?
I see it, but can't hear it.
Ah, okay.
Yes, you need to unmute your mic.
I think we have to do something within the share screen. There are two buttons to click to hear it and to see it clearly. To the left, when you enter share screen, you may have to go out, click those two buttons. Is that correct, Mike?
Yes, he has to do that before he's allowed to share.
So let me share my screen.
Okay.
So when I click on the video,
click on two small buttons to the left, which increases the visibility and I think the sound. And then
it says share audio or share
audio.
sound.
Yes.
Sharon, do you have the same video?
No, but if it was sent to Mike or myself, we could play it. So we could Have the
PM.
PM send it to me and I'll get it to Mike, and then we'll take that
Okay.
greeting a little later.
Okay, but I need your mail because it's too heavy to be sent by WhatsApp.
Oh, that's
Oh.
true. Okay, so I'll send
Yeah.
it in WhatsApp. The email
No, I need your
for
mail.
Mike
Yes,
Leary.
yes.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome. Okay, thank God for technology. We are grateful. And we continue. I am returning to our program. Returning to our program, we will have the video announcement a little later. The New Pan-African Worldview is a conference and tribute to the father of Pan-Africanism, Walimu, the Right Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. The conference and tribute is staged on his birthday, as you know, today, August 17th, and we'll have 3 international panels discussing repatriation and restoration, back to Africa for Africans of the diaspora, Pan-African topics of interest to include perspectives and writings of Amy Jakes Garvey, Amy Ashwood, Garveyite women, and the New Pan-African Worldview will include world-renowned speakers, lecturers, and activists. These topics will be published in Les Labels Diplomatiques magazine in English and French by Ambassador Elisée Herbert Labelle de Jovi, and he is with us today, publisher and president of the Pan-African Caucus of Journalists. The New Pan-African World Tribute Conference will explore the topics below. 3 exciting panels, duration of 1 hour, including question and answers. The first one being moving from Marcus Garvey's 20th century back to Africa Dream to 21st century implementation. What are our accomplishments? Where do we go from here? And what is the call to action? And discussions will include Pan-Africanism, ECHO 6 SOAD mandate of economic empowerment for continental Africans and the diaspora. Is the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, AFTA, the vehicle? We will find out when we hear from our panelists, beginning with our moderator. Now, Theo Chambers is not a man that likes a big introduction, so suffice to say, Theo has been a Garveyite since he was 12 years. He has been an entrepreneur for most of his life. He has been a philosopher as well, a publisher and a writer. He exudes the Garvey philosophy and dream. He will now take over, introduce his panelists, and get started with panel number 1. Walimu Theo, he has been named so by the Sisterhood Circle in Jamaica, Sisters of the Yank and Mahat Sisterhood Circle, encouraged by Don Dada and Moses Gibbons, who are with us today. Thank you. Moderator Theo, would you continue?
Thank you so much. Will you let me replace my image with the panel? Okay. First of all, I want to say what a great pleasure to be here today. At the tender age of 12, as I mentioned before, I was introduced to the Marcus Garvey philosophy, and that's been my entire guideline until today. When I left the United States Air Force in 1975, I took the Marcus Garvey philosophy, and I never had a 9-to-5 job from 1975 till today, because I believe in Marcus Garvey philosophy in building and owning whatever we have. what a great pleasure for us to discuss how we want to transform the Marcus Garvey 20th century ideology and philosophy into the 21st century ideology and philosophy with technology and so forth that never existed before. It is the most powerful move that we want to talk about, and I'm looking forward to listening to my panelists. And not to pick up too much time, I would like to ask my brother, my friend, Linus Etubi, if he's online, to please give us a small introduction of himself, 1 minute, and to really explain to us how Marcus Garvey has influenced his life and how to integrate Marcus Garvey in everything that he's doing today. Brother Linus, are you online? Brother MB, are you online? Brother MB, can you take over for Linus if he's not there? What about Brother Servius? Okay.
I'd like to interject, moderator, that Dr. Linus is traveling, and he did agree to do this, and his heart is here. And MB would fill in, but I don't see him now, maybe due to time constraints. Can we go to the next panelist?
Yes. Well, the other person I'd like to introduce is a person who I know for over 20-something years as president of the Jamaica Small Business Association, a businessman in his own right, one of the main players in this Eco6 and so on organization. I would do injustice to introducing myself, so I'd like him to take 1 minute to speak about his background and to let us know how Marcus Garvey ideology and philosophy is guiding him in the position that he has and the mandate that he has to unite Africa as one major conglomerate. Brother Hugh Johnson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Theo.
Put on your video, please. Can you put on your video? Thank you. That's better.
Thank you, Theo. You have asked me to introduce myself, and that's a very difficult task. I'm going to try, though, to give you a background to my involvement in this movement. As the youngest sibling of 8 children of my parents, I was very fortunate to have older siblings who were Pan-Africanists. They believe in the African Renaissance. The oldest of my siblings, he is a Rastafarian. So, as you would know, he was a successful young man coming up in life. So a lot of the community folks would emulate him and wish to be like him. And he was my bigger brother and Rastafarian at heart. So from a tender age, I've been educated as it relates to our independence and our Africanness. So it has always been inculcated in me from a very early age. At a young age, I got involved in community development to educate our people as it relates to the importance of teaming up with our brothers and sisters on the motherland. Over the last 8 years or so, as you would have known, that community spirit and involvement has put me at the helm, the president of the Small Business Association of Jamaica, which our office is located in Kingston, Jamaica, 2 Trafalgar Road, the same site where Marcus Garvey bus is mounted in Jamaica. It is mounted also at our National Heroes Park, but you would have to get special authority in order to go to see your mentor as you would want to. But for the last 10 years, whenever I sit in my office looking through the window, I'm staring at Marcus Garvey. And it has cemented that drive, that attitude, and that will to do. And because I've been at it from a very early age, and I've seen a lot of groups emerging, talking, but little action, I choose to cease talking and to act. And SWORD and ECO6 is the ideal vehicle that is being utilized to implement the vision and objective of Marcus Garvey. Hence, I'm here in SWORD, and I'll do all that I can to foster the fulfillment of such a dream, such a promise, and culminating with divine prediction. We are here at such a time as this to let it happen. So with that said, I'll ask for I'd sent to the group a PowerPoint presentation, if it can be mounted, and having me going through it for a brief moment, just to highlight some of the developments and achievement of Garveyism, and would like for us to latch onto that and to let it be a reality in the shortest possible time. As introduction, I hope that may broaden your understanding of my commitment, my will, and my determination in achieving these objectives. Mike, Larry, can you mount the PowerPoint presentation for me? Because I would love for it to be through within a few minutes.
Might I ask, Mr. President, which name is that PowerPoint?
Sharon?
Sharon, are you there?
Yes, BPM Johnson.
Mike, Larry, I had not received the PowerPoint, the one that was sent to you. It was, I think it entitled, I can.
But can I share it for you, sir?
Jillian? Yes.
Jillian?
Yes, sir.
Jillian has
go ahead.
Make me the co-host.
PM 10. We need co-host status for Jillian Robinson. I did not receive that document.
So for
Yeah,
Julian,
I don't have that document in my file either.
Yes, for Jillian Robinson, co-host. She will share the
Thank
document. Jillian's a part of our team. And while she's sharing, I'm going to give you another quote. I have no desire to take all Black people back to Africa. There are Blacks who are no good here and will likewise be no good there. The great Marcus Messiah Garvey.
Thank you.
I'm afraid Julian Robinson has another name in the group, in the chat, because her name doesn't appear as such.
You have given her, because we are seeing her screen and we're seeing the PowerPoint, Africa and the Diaspora. So you have given her, I think, co-host.
It's not me then. Okay.
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 And for that quote that you have just given Sharon, it's for the direct reason why we always share info at that and Eco6, that the mindset at times is of utmost importance, even more than the skill set, because it's not everyone you would want to be on the bandwagon, on your team, because as the scripture shows, Israel was going to war and they had many men, but they were instructed to reduce the contingent. And in reducing the contingent, they were able to accomplish 10 times more than they would have with a large army.
Yeah, I'm Brother Johnson. Just want to let you know, you have five more minutes left.
Okay, thank you. So let me go through as fast as possible the PowerPoint presentation, and it states here the mission and the objective. If you may continue, Gillian, down to slide through these. It is showing us here that I'll ask for the host to share this presentation with all at the end, but in all our discussion, all our talking here and presentation, we must conclude in a call to action. And I will not go through singularly all the accomplishments of our great leader, because here it reflects most of what we know, but as it relates to the objective of Eco6 with the new development in Africa, as it relates to the free trade agreement, I would like for us to move to that slide, which shows the stated objective. And in all our doings, we must ensure that these are accomplished. As it relates to bringing back a working relationship between the continent and its brothers and sisters outside of the continent, referred to as the diaspora, we have started the program. Prime Minister alluded to it in his presentation about the agricultural commodity exchange, which we have established and in the process of rolling out full-time to do just that in getting commerce. Because as we would have seen, we were given political independence, but economic independence has been eluding us for some time. And this is the vehicle that we can use, we should use, the African Free Trade Agreement, along with the commodity exchange, to implement that in a seamless way, in a productive way, in building generational wealth for ourselves and our generations to come. There are a few quotes, though, that I would like to share with you, if time will allow me, as it relates to Marcus' pronouncement and his instruction to us. And I read, "After my enemies are satisfied, in life or death, I shall come back to see you, to serve even as I have served before. In life, I shall be the same. In death, I shall be a terror to the foes of Negro liberty. In death, if death has power, then count on me in death to be the real Marcus Garvey I would like to be. If it may come as an earthquake or a cyclone, a plague or pestilence, or as God would have me, then be assured that I shall never desert you and make your enemy triumph over you. This was a quote, a pledge, a commitment of Marcus Garvey. So it's for us to hold on to the Supreme Being, hold on to the spirit of our ancestors, and to ensure that we fulfill these our obligation that is expected of us. And if I may go to the last quote, which says, look for me in the whirlwind or the storm. Look for me all around you, for with God's grace, I shall come and bring with you countless millions of Black slaves who have died in America and the West Indies, and the millions in Africa to aid you in the fight for liberty, freedom, and life. Again, a profound commitment by our forefather, a profound commitment of our torchbearer. So, as we move forward with less verbiage, full of action, may we be assured that the spirit of Marcus is here with us. The spirit of our forefathers are here with us. And the spirit of the Creator, the Divine One, is here with us to lead, guide, and protect us. And as I always say, with God and myself, we are the majority. So may you get courage from this assurance that the spirits of the ancestors and the Creator are leading, guiding, and abiding with us, and victory is assured. So in spite of all the challenges, in spite of all the difficulties, we shall overcome. And not in years to come, but now. May I ask you to pledge that the chain may not break where you stand, and we'll go home rejoicing, accomplishing our stated objective, so that 100 years from now, 1,000 years from now, our race will be liberated forever and ever. Thank you.
Thank you. I really enjoyed that presentation. And one thing I get out of that presentation, VP Johnson, VPM Johnson, is that knowledge is not power. Only applied knowledge is power. And everything that you have said, if we don't take that information and apply it, then we're wasting our time, energy, and vibration. Thank you again for a great presentation. And please, I hope everyone heard those beautiful words and start to apply those words so they can become reality. At this moment, I would like to ask one of the most devoted Garveyites I have met, a man who have traveled this world, who understand the Black struggle. And it's hard for me also to introduce him, but I'm going to give him 1 minute to introduce himself and 10 minutes to make his presentation. And that I will call on the Honorable Amsata to give us greetings and bless us with his knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of Marcus Garvey and Marcus Garvey ideology and philosophy. The floor is yours, my brother.
Asante Sana, thank you for the invitation.
Asante Sana.
Sister Sharon Ma'at, and it's an honor to be speaking before the excellencies and African brothers and sisters. I'd like to be able to share my screen if possible.
Okay.
So I'm gonna.
That's Amsata PM10, North America RCC Amsata.
Yes. I'm gonna push. I'm gonna say share.
Yes.
Okay.
We're not seeing it yet.
Okay, let me see. Do I have to put, what do I have? See, I pushed share.
Yes. And share screen, there are two buttons over to the left, which allows if there's any audio in it, but don't worry about that. The PowerPoint should just be able to push share
Okay,
screen.
let me just
have it up on your have it up on your computer.
Can you see it?
Yes. And
great. Okay. This is the 34th anniversary of the birth of Marcus Garvey, clearly the most significant Pan-Africanist of the 20th century, and so far even in the 21st. This presentation was prepared for this gathering, and I'm calling it The Significance of the Right Excellent Marcus Garvey at 134 and its connectivity to the 21st century Pan-African Federalist movement. Okay, first by introduction of myself, I'm Baba Malimo Kwasi Kwayaja Amsata, and I'm the coordinator for the Pan-African Federalist movement in North America. I've been that since 2015, and a strong adherence of Marcus Garvey since 1970, 51 years, it's hard to believe. And the mission of the Pan-African Federalist movement to bring the United African States into political existence in this decade of the 2020s is in alignment with that of Marcus Garvey. I attend this by way of background. I attended the 12th annual summit of the Organization of African Unity in Kampala, Uganda in 1975. And I am the author of the new Pan-Africanism 2020, which was published in 2012. But let's get to the main man, Marcus Garvey. First, I think we should recognize that he is the first provisional president of Africa. Of course, his theme was Africa for the Africans, those at home and those abroad. He was elected to this position by the 25,000 delegates at the International Convention of Negro Peoples of the World in August 2020. In that same convention, it established the red, black, and green as the Pan-African flag colors. The Universal Negro Association was founded, and African Communities League was founded in 1914, but by 1920, it had at least 4 million people in 1,100 divisions in 40 countries. By 1923, Garvey had reached a written agreement with the government of Liberia to lease 1 million acres for UNIA pioneers settlements in 4 areas, starting with Harper and Cape Palmas County. The UNIA delegation went to the League of Nations and submitted a petition in 1922 asking the League to relinquish the colonies of Germany that they had lost in World War I. Garvey advanced philosophy of a global mass movement known as Garveyism. He wrote a poem called Hail the United States of Africa, actually in 1924, and also African fundamentalism. And we'll get more to that. Wait a minute, let me do it. It's a better way to do this. Hold on. Just a second.
Everything looks okay.
Okay. Okay, here's a picture of Marcus Garvey at the funeral of John Edward Bruce in 1924, and next to him you could see Arthur Schomburg, Schomburg collection. At least thought that was an interesting picture. Let me see. Okay, There's 14 volumes of the Garvey papers, and I have volume 1 and volume 2, as well as volume 10, which deals with Africa for the Africans. And in 1923, Garvey, there's a quote in there where Garvey said, "It is only a question of time when not only the natives of West Africa and East Africa, but the entire 400 million, now 1.37 billion, of our race will be emancipated to a higher state of freedom and influence under a united African government." A couple of these remarks with the poem that he wrote, "Hail the United States of Africa," and his classic essay, African Fundamentalism, 1925, 1924, respectively, which he said, "Let no scruples or political mechanisms divide us. Let us hold together under all climes, all countries, making ourselves a racial empire or a global political entity upon which the sun shall never set." If you take these sentiments and the wealth, the breadth and depth of his movement, it's clear that Garvey was the most significant and consequential Pan-Africanist of the 20th century and the first Pan-African Federalist. His most significant adherent in the second half of the 20th century was Kwame Nkrumah. And you can see he said that all people of African descent, whether you live in North America, South America, the Caribbean, or any other part of the world, belong to the African nation. Garvey, among other things, along with Padmore, Nkrumah convened the Fifth Pan-African Congress, which is the most significant of the Congresses because it laid the foundation for the movement in the freedom movement in the 1950s. In this plaque, you can see Kwame Nkrumah's name down there. You see Jomo Kenyatta. Amy Garvey, both of the Garvey's wives were involved in the convention itself. And of course, George Padmore. 1958, George Padmore and Nkrumah convened the All African People's Conference in December. They brought together for the first time 62 organizations, freedom fighting organizations on the continent. And it was at this time that Kwame Nkrumah said, "This is a decade of African independence, tomorrow the United States of Africa." Malcolm X, you could see him in 1958 at Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey Day. And he said, "Every time you see a nation in Ghana, in Africa become independent, you know that Marcus Garvey was alive." It is Garvey's philosophy of Pan-Africanism that initiated the entire freedom movement, which brought about the independence of African nations. And here, this is just a graph you can see. Each of these dots represents an independent African nation. You can see that there was an explosion in 1960 when over 18 countries became independent, another 16 before the 60s was over. So we have 55 countries today with flag independence, but with very limited sovereignty. And that's where the Pan-African Federalist movement comes into play, with our mission to bring the United African States into political existence in this decade of the 2020s. The movement has a call for the first Pan-African Federalist Congress, which is going to take place in December of 2023. One signs the call, he becomes a part of the movement, and the call just asks, do you agree with certain things, such as Kwame Nkrumah's quote, that it is clear that we must seek an African solution to African problems, and that this can only be found in African unity. Divided, we are weak, but together, united, we can become one of the greatest forces for good on earth. Okay, the Pan-African Federalist Movement, just a few brief facts about it. The Pan-African Federalist Movement is a global movement whose exclusive mission is to bring into existence the United African States. There are 9 active coordinating committees, each of the major sections where African people live. North America, I'm the coordinator here, and Brother Cliff is my deputy coordinator, and Sister Nabantu is the Secretary General for North America. And North America is defined as United States and Canada. But there's also coordinating committees in West Africa, Central Africa, East Africa, Southern Africa, the Caribbean, Latin America, North Africa, and Europe. The focus of the Regional Coordinating Committee of North America is the 47.8 million African people living in the United States, the vast majority of whom are descendants of enslaved Africans, and the 1.2 million living in Canada. Taken as a whole, African people in North America if we were a sovereign nation, we would be the eighth most populous African state on earth. And with a buying power of $1.2 trillion, the population would clearly be probably the richest African state on earth.
Brother Amsata, you have five more minutes left.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, 5 minutes is good. Thank you. Asante Sana. Okay, the goal of the Regional Pan-African Regional Coordinating Committee of North America is to mobilize the African population in North America in support of a global federation of African states and peoples. The United African States that would consist of more than 1,300,000,000 African people worldwide. This will enable us as a global and united and sovereign African people to be the masters of our own destiny, manage our own affairs, and deal with the global powers that be from a position of strength. And I don't need to tell you that China and Europe are all over Africa, and we need to, with a single government, United African States, which includes the African states in the Caribbean, we'd have over 1.37 billion people, and we'd be able to stand up against any power on earth. Okay, we had a pre-Congress in Ghana in 2018, which also coincided with the 60th anniversary of the All African Peoples Conference in 1958. And this is just a photo of the Pan-African Federalist Congress, some of the participants there. I was there also, Sister Nabantu was there, and many others. This is a picture of me at the conference in 2018 with the daughters of Malcolm X, and daughters of Kwame Nkrumah. The current officers, we put out a final declaration. I'm not going to read the declaration, but one of the things that created the International Preparatory Council, the IPC, and the current chairman of that group is Adama Samasiko. The vice chairman is Amadou Seck. He's from Senegal, and he lives in America. Brother Adama lives in Mali. The Secretary General is Brother Jomé, who's from Senegal but lives in America. The current population of Africa, this is just some stats. Again, I mentioned 1.3 billion people, 1.1 billion which reside in sub-Saharan Africa. Sub-Saharan Africa's population is 3 out of 4 babies born between now and the end of the century are going to be born in sub-Saharan Africa. Africa, perhaps close to 1/3 of the population of Earth will be just in sub-Saharan Africa alone, and there's enough land there. So the clear answer that we must unite, must enable us to do this is and reemerge as a world power with enhanced self-reliance and great self-capacity, protect the emerging democratic order, and to be better posed to make our unique contribution in advancement, the upliftment of humanity as a whole. Okay, so Garvey, this is a final quote from Marcus Garvey, which I think should be self-evident. You were asking for quotes, Sister Ma'at. So we have a beautiful history, and we shall create another in the future that will astonish the world. Finally, I mentioned that there's a new coordinator for the Pan-African Federalist Movement in the Caribbean, and her name is Sister Martha Desmoa, and her email address is up there as follows. And I would suggest people, if they're interested in becoming a part of the Pan-African Federalist Movement in the Caribbean, that they get in direct contact with her. There's her 2 email addresses. And again, I'm Malimo Kwasi Kwaja Msada, AKA Edward H. Brown Jr. And I'm the coordinator for the Pan-African Federalist Movement in North America. And I think that should just about do it for me. Hold on just a second. All right, I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And Walamu Amsata, I am Sharon Paris Chambers for this group, and of course, Oshun Mahat for my activism, in which you know me from the PAFM activism.
Yes. Yeah,
Yes.
Asante Sana for the opportunity. And yes, Sister Sharon, indeed, you've been active in the Pan-African Federalist Movement. You were the first deputy coordinator for the Caribbean. And we thank you for your service and your ongoing service.
I'm honored. Thank you so much.
And my brother, I want to thank you for that great presentation. And you and I need to talk because I have a domain name. I own the domain name marcusgarveymuseum.com. And I would like you to help me to fill it with content. So when people go to the marcusgarveymuseum.com, they can really see everything they want to know about Marcus Garvey under one umbrella. And last but not least, I remember back in 1973, when I was stationed at RF Alconbury, England, in Peterborough, with a top secret cryptographic clearance from the United States Air Force. My son was about to born, and I said, what I'm going to name my son? And I came up with the name Malcolm X Chambers. And my son is the only human being born with the name on his passport that says Malcolm X Chambers. And people say, why you name him Malcolm X? I said, how many of y'all knew there were two Malcolm X? One before Mecca and one after Mecca, with different ideology.
Right, you got it.
Yes, and so forth. So those are the type of revolutionary ideology. And I used to run the only Black organization called the United Brotherhood Organization on a military base with all white people. And I remember the day when the general, no, the colonel, called a big meeting, Sergeant Chambers. You run this Black organization in this base. Are you a revolutionist? And I look at all of them and I say, no, I'm not a revolutionist. And I stay quiet. Then they say, what are you? I say, I am the revolution. Because you're here together, I cause changes. So that's my other issue that a lot of people don't know. But I want to thank you for a beautiful, beautiful thing. You and I have a lot to talk about. We want to move on.
You're welcome.
I want to introduce a brother that I call him the walking encyclopedia of Black history and Marcus Garvey ideology and philosophy. I don't know if this brother ever sleeps because his writing is so profound and detailed that I hope that when his passport expires on planet Earth, they're able to take his brain and study it or preserve what he have inside of there also, just like you, my brother, Amsata. And his name is David Muhammad. Please let us sit back and relax and listen to the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding Brother David Muhammad is going to bring to us. Introduce yourself, my brother Muhammad. You have 1 minute, and you have 10 minutes to really bring all your wisdom and understanding about the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and greetings to all. And let me start off by saying it was when I was about 10 years old that my uncle, who was a diplomat from Trinidad to Jamaica, told me that I was born on the same day as a very great man. And he gave me a silver coin, a Jamaican coin with the face of Marcus Garvey on it. And it was back then, that would have been around 1980, that I came into the knowledge of the fact that I was born on this great.
Is your birthday? Is today your birthday?
Sir. Yes,
Happy
sir.
birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, David. Happy birthday.
Thank you,
my brother.
Thank you so much. And in looking at the idea of making the wisdom and the philosophy of Marcus Garvey relevant to the 21st century, what I want to delve into very briefly is his course on African philosophy, where when we read it, it comes across a little differently to his traditional teachings on Pan-Africanism and also the content from Race First, compiled by another friend of our family, Dr. Tony Martin. Whereas the course on African philosophy did not delve into teaching about African history or even the kind of Black consciousness that is required for successful nationalism. But the course on African philosophy actually prepared us as individuals. It looked at our own personal characteristics and attributes, our personality traits, the type of mind state that would be required to continue in this struggle, the perseverance and endurance that we would each need, the tolerance that we will have to be imbued with in order to stay in this. And I want to establish my first point, which is that the philosophy of Pan-Africanism and the ideology of Garveyism is doomed unless we have a younger generation that will embrace this teaching, whom we can share it with, and whom we could reestablish a bridge with in building a link between ourselves and the generation to follow. So we must be able to connect and reconnect with the younger generation. Now, in the course on African philosophy, lesson number 3 was entitled Aims and Objectives. And we were given 3 key objectives, which were 1, to establish a universal fraternity among our race. 2, to promote the spirit of love and pride among African people. And 3, to be able to assist the needy among us so that we can bring them up to the required level that they also would be able to serve. Now, these 3 aims among us, again, they don't target so much teaching us information or content more so than they prepare us, put us in a frame of mind to be able to, as in a relay race, pass on some kind of baton from this generation to the next generation. Lesson 2 in Marcus Garvey's course on African philosophy was on leadership. And he said that leadership must be self-possessed, confident, and self-reliant. There has been, unfortunately, a culture among our people, particularly within the struggle, that we have to beg, have a cap in hand, always asking, writing letters to government officials, to senators, to members of parliament, pleading for their support, when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that our bank is the love that Black people have in their hearts for the work that we do, and the battle is for the hearts and minds of our people. Minister Farrakhan told me once in the planning of an event on terms of how much should be charged for entry, he said, no, let the doors be open for free because the coin is in the fish's mouth. All you have to do is show that you are genuine, sincere, honest, and courageous to the point that you're willing to confront all negative forces and obstacles that are trying to destroy you. Once you stand up for justice, the people will see and they will recognize this is how we were able to build the Kwame Ture Center in Trinidad. Of course, we acquired 3/4 of an acre of land from the state, and we constructed a 6,000 square foot building, which we named in honor of Kwame Ture, who popularized the phrase Black Power. But we didn't ask the government for anything. We didn't get a cent from any major business corporations, but it was real Pan-Africanism in motion because we came together, pooled our resources, united, formed a skills bank and think tank, and then approached our aims, goals, and objectives, which we achieved through our unity. So as the Black Panthers said, we don't fight racism with racism, but we fight racism with solidarity, because African solidarity is the nightmare of the white racists. So in continuing to look at the idea of preparation of us as individuals, and clearly the Honorable Marcus Garvey would have had some kind of long-term, long-range goal or vision for the people who would come in the following generations. In lesson 4, Marcus Garvey said, you must embody within yourself cleanliness of thought, cleanliness of expression, and cleanliness of action. Remember again, if our thinking is pure, unpolluted, and uncorrupted, we stand a much better chance of passing on something of value to those who listen. Because from a thought comes an action, from an action comes a habit, from a habit comes a character, and from a character comes a destiny. But it all begins with the way that we think. And if we're thinking Pan-Africanism, we cannot only be thinking of information, teaching, content, presentation, but we also have to think of us as vehicles to carry it, instruments to present it, and vessels to hold it so that the message is protected. It's not just a message, but it's a mission. It's something that is not only to be said, but it's something that has to be done. And I begin to conclude by making reference to the last presentation where Marcus Garvey said to look for him in the whirlwind. And he spoke of his power, the power that he would possess in death. And this leads us to lesson 5 in Marcus Garvey's course on African philosophy, because lesson 5 was actually entitled God. In part of it, Marcus Garvey made the comparison of God and intelligence, and that the more a human being demonstrates God-given intelligence and forsakes the savage inclination of lust and satisfaction of the flesh, then the closer to God we are. But Marcus Garvey warned us to not be afraid of death, not to fear death, because he said this concept that we call death, in truth and in fact, is simply change. It is a change that takes place in the universe because whether you are alive or dead, you are still in the universe, either in the form of being one with the Spirit of God from whence you came, or in the form of matter, which in physics, according to the law of the conservation of matter, matter can not be created nor destroyed. It can simply be changed. So that was a science from Marcus Garvey as far back as then. You cannot die in the true sense of the word, because you will always be in existence, either in spirit form or in the form of the elements that compose your body. That will always be there. So therefore, what is there to be afraid of? But we've become preoccupied with the vision of the slave master's promise for us that if we serve him and seek his interests ahead, above and beyond our own, that eventually we will be rewarded by his corrupt materialism. And then so we're placed in a capitalist system that creates a cycle of brother killing brother, sister killing sister. We live in a crabs in the barrel type of syndrome, stabbing each other in the back, betraying one another, trying to get ahead by pulling someone back and trying to get up by pulling someone else down. All of that is part of the design of our enemies, who have successfully established a system of divide and rule and divide and conquer among us. Marcus Garvey said in lesson 7 on character, men and women who want to be of use to themselves and humanity must have good character. This means the demonstration of the kind of behavior that meets the moral precepts of a civilization, the standard that is laid down by the society of the time in which you live, and which forms a part of and guides that very character. Garvey said the greatest prop to character is honesty. And here he again caused us to reflect, not on anyone else, not on anything else, and not on anywhere else, but right here and now, within and among us. And the last point that I make reference to. Yes, sir.
You have five more minutes.
Right, yes. Well, I was only going to take about 1 or 2, but the the last one that I'll reference, lesson number 8, which takes us a bit broader from the first lesson. So lesson 1 was intelligence. Lesson 2 was leadership. Lesson 3 was aims and objectives. Lesson 4 was elocution. Lesson 5 was God. Lesson 6 was Christ. Lesson 7 was character. All of those individual concepts. And then we get to lesson 8, which is the social system. And as a sociologist, and the books that I've written, of course, Black Studies, the Black Book Mind Revolution has been my main publication, but the very heavy content in it, it's Black sociology. It connects us with the work of W.E.B. Du Bois. And again, I remember I said on our last call, I did not become a follower of Marcus Garvey to become an enemy to W.E.B. Du Bois. I did not become a follower of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad to become an enemy to the civil rights movement and Dr. Martin Luther King. I did not become a follower of George Washington Carver in order to become an enemy to the perspective of the Black Panthers. And I did not become a follower of Kwame Ture to be an enemy of those who may be afraid of the idea of revolution. All of these different strands of ideological thought can be tied in together, from Pan-Africanism, from C.L.R. James, Henry Sylvester Williams, and George Padmore, to the Black nationalism of Marcus Garvey and Martin Delany, to the teachings of the Nation of Islam, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Malcolm X, and my own teacher, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, to the civil rights philosophy of Dr. Martin Luther King and Medgar Evers and the NAACP and W.E.B. Du Bois, to the Black revolutionary consciousness of Kwame Ture, Huey P. Newton, Eldridge Cleaver, Mark Clark, Bobby Seale, and to the Imperial Majesty Emperor of Ethiopia, Haile Selassie, and the philosophy and doctrine of Rastafarianism. There are common threads between all of them. So when we publish Black Studies, we tie the common chords of all of those teachings together. And so I conclude with the social system, where Marcus Garvey said, society is an organization of mankind to safeguard and protect its own interests. We as African people must also create a society within a society among ourselves to protect and safeguard our own interests. Garvey said, when society is organized and is made evident by regulations, rules, and laws, every member of that society must obey the said rules, regulations, and laws. And there must be a code among us as a people where our thoughts, actions, words, and deeds are all geared towards the betterment of us as a people and to make some kind of contribution towards each of us as a community. So I want to thank you so much for being patient with me and allowing me the opportunity to share these thoughts. And I bring greetings from the Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, where I am based now. I'm actually with my father as we speak. And I thank you so much for the opportunity. So on behalf of the Nation of Islam in the Eastern Caribbean and all of our colleagues across the Caribbean and also the Black Agenda Project Organization, we say that our building, our headquarters, the Kwame Ture Center, is a home for all African people all across the diaspora, that anytime you come to Trinidad, you must visit not just the building, but what was a mission. It was a work that African people came together and were able to unite and pool their resources and create an institution that now has more people under the age of 25 involved in its work than people over the age of 25. And this was one of our biggest problems coming up. We were always reaching the elders among us, those 30 years and above, 40 years and above, 50 years and above. But now we're reaching those between the ages of 16 and 25. And we're sharing wisdom such as the teachings of the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey. So thank you once again. And I say blessings to each of you.
Wow. Wow. What a birthday present you give to Marcus Garvey.
Black power, Black power. Uhuru Africa.
Yes, Marcus, David, you and I have spoken so many times in the past, but this is a birthday present not only to Marcus Garvey, but to yourself. And you know, your presentation reminds me of a chapter in my new book that I published called Theoism, where I came to the conclusion that we all are transient vacationers on planet Earth with an expiration passport. And the question I always ask everyone, with all that we do, we must remember we are vacationing on planet Earth with an expiration passport. What have you done today to contribute to the development of Africa before your passport expires? And it's all about action. I just saw an article that says we are marched for 150 years and not advanced 1 inch. We need results. We need results. We need results. We need better action. Thank you for those words of wisdom. And I'm going to turn it over, since my panel is complete, to Oshun, the moderator and creator of this beautiful event. Thank you so much for your knowledge, wisdom, and devotion to what you are doing. And I'm blessed to be part of your delegation. Thank you, Oshun Chambers.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mwalimu Theo. What a fantastic panel presentation with expert panelists that shared from the depths of their hearts and their experience as Garveyites. We are implored to act. It is time for action, to implement. And we are reminded of the lessons that Dr. David Muhammad shared with us. And he said that the Black solidarity is a nightmare for the white man. And he told us about Kwame Ture, the manifestation of work, dedication, and planning of the Kwame Ture Center. We wish him more power, more success in everything he does. Thank you all panelists, Mwalimu Amsata. We're truly grateful for all the presenters here. Thank you, Mwalimu Theo. And I'd like to continue by calling on our Prime Minister, Louis-Georges Tin, to make a special announcement that he has there waiting in the wings. And we'd like to take the video presentation of Dr. Julius Garvey, if it's ready as well. Dr. Tin?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, I'm very happy to speak after. And yes, we were reminded that commemoration should bring to action, and of course, an action in line with Dr. Garvey's philosophy. So I'm very happy to announce, well, in fact, different things. But you need to know that, of course, repatriation is key, and there are different journeys that are already scheduled. I don't want to mention all of them, but at least I would like to mention one of them that will happen next year. We are going back to Liberia. And Liberia was mentioned in the presentation about Dr. Garvey. And we've got a cooperation agreement with the government of Liberia and also with the Council of Chiefs and Kings of Liberia, with Chief Zanzankarwa in particular. So there are many things that will happen when we are in Liberia next year in August. I don't want to say all the things that will happen because, you know, I need to keep a little bit of suspense. You need to to be aware of what's going on. I'm not going to say everything and make a kind of spoiler alert. However, we are going to inaugurate a construction site in Edina, Edina being the village where the people coming from the United States and the Caribbean island in the 19th century arrived. So when they went back to Africa, they went back to Liberia, and in fact, they went back to Edina. So in Edina, we have this agreement with the king to establish a smart city. And the way to inaugurate the construction site is for us to establish a bust of Marcus Garvey. And I think that the best way to inaugurate the construction site, it's not just to cut the ribbon, it's not just to send some flowers or anything. We want the bust to be there as a kind of symbol, guidance, and blessing for the rest of the process. Mr. Garvey, I'm speaking of Julius Garvey, will be with us. He supported this initiative. And in fact, we are supporting his initiative about this bust. His initiative is also to have a bust in many places, a bust of his father and a bust of our father, I may say, in the African Union. If you have ever been to the African Union building, you will see a hall in which all the portraits of the fathers of the African Union are presented. So you could see Kenyatta, for example, you could see Senghor, you could see Nkwame, and many others. However, one at least is missing, and this one is Marcus Garvey, probably more in fact, but at least this one, who has to be there among the founders because he brought the foundation. He paved the way for the unity of the family, the Pan-African family. So we have written to the president of the African Union. We are also in collaboration with Chief Charombira, who is the co-chair of our Royal Chamber and also who is the president of the Pan-African Parliament of the African Union. So we have already told them, we do not understand how there could be an African unity, an African Union, without part of his family. And the person who embodies the unity of our family is actually Dr. Garvey. So we certainly need to have a bust there, inaugurated also next year. So in fact, I'm speaking of two, but we need to have more. The bust of Marcus Garvey needs to be everywhere. So this is the announcement that I wanted to share with you. The trip to Liberia, the inauguration of the construction site of Edina, the construction or the inauguration of a bust of Marcus Garvey in Edina, but also in the African Union. And for the African Union, that's our expectation, but we have our connections, and I do expect them to do so, because it's impossible to think of a family without such a large part of its members. Should I remind people that the African diaspora includes more than 350 million people. So we cannot be ignored. I think it's together that we can achieve more. So thank you to all of you. This is the action, or one of the actions that we need to bring in the inspiration of Marcus Garvey. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you so much, our Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister. What a fantastic announcement. I cannot sit, I'm floating in air. And the man in the whirlwind must be floating around. Matter of fact, we're getting some weather in Jamaica that seems like he's very active in the Caribbean. The father of Pan-Africanism should be everywhere. A boss should be in every city. Thank you so much for that announcement. I believe also that Queen IG wanted to make an announcement, if she's still here. Would you kindly make your announcement? And then we will have Dr. Julius Garvey, if his video is ready. And so Queen IG, would you like to make your announcement?
Yes. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
I would like to remind that since 2017, my organization have been celebrating Marcus Garvey in Benin, in Cotonou, and that because of the confinement and the COVID-19 pandemic, we have not been able to make it the last 2 years, but I am happy to announce that next year, in 2022, we will again commemorate Marcus Garvey in Cotonou in Benin on the 17th of August.
Please give mine to
I'm not going to end the word.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I just said, I had labor job needs very much of my attention.
Thank you very much, Queen IG, because there's so much that you're doing as Minister of Historical Legacy and showing us the transatlantic trade. There's, we're going to have to mute everyone. Yes.
Of course it is.
Mark, can we mute Mark? Mike? Thank you. There's so much that you're doing with within the Francophone African countries, and the commemoration of Marcus Garvey program is just one of them, but the African Trail is also a beautiful one, and your work with the Restitution Museum. I would like to ask if the video is ready. Mike Leary, is the video ready that we could share?
Yes, the video will be played by Gillian Robinson.
Okay.
We're not getting the sound.
We're not hearing the sound. Thank you, Mike. The sound's being optimized. There's a level at the bottom. Is that sound? That one? No. Okay,
We're
Mike?
still not getting the sounds coming through.
No, we're not. So we will put it to the end, and hopefully that may be our closing statement.
It's not mine, that's your desk.
I'd like to ask all persons who are not speaking at the moment to close their mics. And we have a musical interlude. We have earned it, and it's time to hear a little more about Marcus Messiah Garvey, but in a musical vein. We have none other than the illustrious history man. He's with us, and he'll just share his screen. The illustrious history man, so we'll see you live. It's a live presentation. He'll be singing the Daddy Marcus. It's a hit song, well known, performed a cappella with instruments, and it's a favorite of Dr. Julius Garvey. Theo, have you stopped sharing your screen? I believe you have. Okay. So I'd like to ask the illustrious history man to let us see him share his video. History man, to please share your video, and then we can start, unless you want us to start the music without you. I do believe you are going to do a live.
I'm not hearing it.
Mike,
Sharon,
is it?
there's a message in the chat. Check the chat.
Okay. Okay, I don't see any particular message that relates to this. Let me continue looking. I don't see that particular message. Mike, is it possible to open the video for the illustrious history man?
I have that among my list.
Yes, it's one of the videos. It's not a video, actually. It's an audio. It's one of the audios that you have. In the meantime, I will look for it and see if I can play it. I found it, and I'm going to bring it into by sharing the screen, sharing the sound.
No.
Oh, yes. David Mohammed, can you mute your mic, please?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Who is that?
Can you hear me?
I'm hearing you. Is that History Man?
No, this is David Mohammed. I was just asked to unmute my mic.
I asked you to mute your mic.
Mute your mic.
To mute it. Okay.
Marcus Garvey, Jamaica first national hero, and the man of the century. You think a joke? Listen this. Daddy Marcus, just send out the prophet and tell him fi warn us. Daddy Marcus, just send out the prophet and tell him fi warn us. Daddy Marcus, just send out the prophet and tell him fi warn us. Daddy Marcus, just send out the prophet and tell him fi warn us. Judgment fi who was sell out Marcus Garvey. Like them want to stop the UNIA party. 1914, that are the year when them started. Figure the black people from town and country. Africa for the Africans that are the teaching a Garvey. Ready fi go home, so tell them don't try Stalin. Now give up the fight a Marcus Garvey started. First national hero of Jamaica country. Daddy Marcus, just send out the prophet and tell him fi warn us. Daddy Marcus, just send out the prophet and tell him fi warn us. Daddy Marcus, just send out the prophet and tell him fi warn us. Daddy Marcus, just send out the prophet and tell him fi warn us. Me tell them fi teach about Marcus Garvey, make the youths them learn about them hero history. Have two sons with him wife named Amy, one named Marcus and one named Julius Garvey. Remember Marcus, him get the man of the century. Philosophy, opinion, books that him write it. People's political party, yes and him farming. That's why me have to big up the hero Garvey. Daddy Marcus, just send out the prophet and tell him fi warn us. Daddy Marcus, just send out Marcus Garvey, real prophet of the century, black nationalist, organizer. Marcus from Sentence Bay, Jamaica. Daddy Marcus, just send out the prophet and tell him fi warn us. Daddy Marcus, just send out the prophet and tell him fi warn us. Daddy Marcus, just send out the prophet and tell him fi warn us. Daddy Marcus, just send out the prophet and tell him fi warn us. This a one ya done for history man production. Who the pan the mic, the informative history man. Tribute to Marcus Garvey, title of me song. Have to big him up, him and the real big mighty man. Who me a talk about no Marcus Marcus Garvey on the 10th of June back in 1940. Dead in England when him just passed 50. That's why me have to tell you about Marcus history. Daddy Marcus, just send out the prophet and tell him to warn us. Daddy Marcus, just send out the prophet and tell him to warn us.
That's illustrious history man. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you did truly enjoy. I hope you truly did enjoy. Illustrious history man. There are a few points in that presentation. I hope you took something for yourself. You know, Daddy Marcus, just send out the prophet and tell him to warn us. He talked about his children, his philosophy, and so much. I can see why this is a favorite of Dr. Garvey and myself. We are heading now for the panel 2 discussion, Women's Issues in the Pan-African World, where Garveyite women will explore the writings of Mwalimu Marcus Messiah Garvey, and particularly Amy Jakes Garvey and Amy Ashwood Garvey, and contextualize them in modern day. Our ambassador is Ambassador Jasmine Rowe. She will say a bit about herself and then introduce the panelists and begin the presentations. Ambassador Jasmine Rowe, will you join us now?
Oh, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Ambassador Sharon. What a wonderful afternoon.
Yes,
knowing
indeed.
that we are celebrating so many. He was Marcus Garvey, Crown Prince Zero Jacob, Ras McConan, and I'm just hearing also that the priest of the Boba Shanti, and Priest Emmanuel, is also his birthday today. And I want to welcome all the people who have took the time to come out today, because we are in a serious time. Most of these words were said by Marcus Garvey a long time ago. And now our back is really against the wall, isn't it? So I want to introduce my panel for today, where we will be talking about women in the Garveyite movements. We're looking at Amy, both the Amy's, Amy Ashwell, as well as Amy Jakes. But first, let me introduce my panel. We've got Valerie Dixon, author and lady president of the UNIA UCL. Is Valerie Dixon, you're here? Yes. And our next,
I am. I just unmuted my
ambassador.
Thank you, ma'am. We have also Ambassador Sharon Paris Chambers, SOAD Foreign Minister, an author, and also a Garveyite. The strength of the woman.
Just a correction there. Ambassador working in the foreign ministry with Kenyama Brown, the foreign minister.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, sorry about that. But you're doing a good job.
Thank you so much, Ambassador.
And our lady of the day, part of my panel, is Senate Chinisray Davis Kahima, respectfully known as Dr. Chem, and is a cultural guide, artist, educationist, published author, motivation speaker, media technologist, ordained high priestess, visionary activist, neuropathic therapy, community developer, mother and grandmother. That's more important, as she said. Senate Davis, Davis Kanyama, academic journey include the Rutgers of the NCA, the Pepperdine CA, the UC in San Diego, the Fellow International University of Natural Science, and other global research production and teaching certificates. Senor Davis Kahina, as an elderless, founded the director of the Panarch Samtawa, the director of the Virgin Islands Caribbean Cultural Center, and teaches faculty in the College of Liberal Arts and Social Science. Both are at the University of the Virgin Islands. She's co-founder of the African Queen Mother Warriors and serves on the executive committee in the Caribbean Pan-African Network, High Commissioner General, and in the UNIA, UNIAACLRC 2020, amongst other global African organization and humanitarian liberation circles. So there you see some of these things that, everyone is here, right? Some of the things that women are doing from the Garvey time and from before is not really recognized. You know, women is being stay at the back, more time stay at the back. What do you say, my sisters who are now ready for this talk? I wanted to ask, is everyone here? I can't see anybody.
I am looking for Senate Dr. Chinzira.
She's here. She's coming.
That's
She's here.
it.
Greetings, blessings.
She's here. Blessings, Sister Queen. And Sister Dixon is here, Valerie Dixon. And myself, I'd like to go last.
You like to go last? Okay.
And I'd like to go before Sharon Ocean, if that is the case.
Okay, then so Madam Valerie Dixon, do you want to start and tell us, you know, what I had some questions.
Ambassador, that I would like to speak right before Sister Sharon Ocean. So you could choose someone else to go first, please.
Dr. Chen, are you available?
Yes, I'll be available.
Okay, Dr. Chen. There is a lot of questions that we need to look at, you know, when we look at women in the Garveyites movement, and even the women of the wives had their ups and downs of seeing and not seeing. Do you know, I wanted to ask this question after listening earlier. I really wanted to know, within the Garveyites, because I see so much still going on today. I wanted to know from the Garveyites women, I know Amy Ashford had also arrived in Africa. Is there other women that had repatriated into Africa?
Is that an open-ended question for any one of us?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's more that way than to, you know, we'll do our talks in a while, but these questions arise while I was listening. You know, it's kind of fascinate me to know, because I see where a lot of people think that it's only Rastafarians that repatriated over the years. I needed to know whether more has. Do you know that question?
Okay. I'm going to first and foremost extend my greetings to all in attendance, all that view and listen. I'm going to also invoke the spiritual guide that will facilitate my ability to even share an answer to that question first. Amasu and Panter, Sauksu Emitra and Panter, Au to Au Maketi Pahiru. I will ask most humbly that we, in translation, we give thanks and praise to the one most high. We shall live each day daily for the one most divine, and we shall do it tomorrow, just as we do it today. With that, I also ask that anything that we do share in this conversation that we have in this gathering, especially when we're talking about women in the Garvey movement, there would not have been a Garvey movement had there not been mothers. How about that?
Yeah.
Okay. And if we come from that space, then it makes it easier to just recognize, you know, that the mothers, the aunties, the grandmothers, the daughters, you know, the sisters were also part of the movement. It's just that because of the social context and the confines that surround our world as it is, at that particular time, early 20th century, and even bringing it forward to contemporary times. This is an issue that we have had some degree of contention. So of course, women were involved in the movement. Of course, not every woman involved in the Garvey movement was into Rastafari. You had so many Negro councils, Negro women groups, gatherings of sistren. You even had a group called Our Women that developed a publication around the Garvey movement. You had sistren that were not speaking English that were involved in the Garvey movement. Some were Christian, some were Muslim, some were agnostic. They were coming from all different types of spaces because the focus was on following that one God, one aim, one destiny, race first. That's the short response I would share.
Thank you, Dr. Chen. And that's a very good response because, you know, we're here as women who have repatriated, and a lot of it is through the Garveyites, the teaching that sent back to Africa. You know, as women, we never asked when we heard it, so we made that move. Valerie Dixon, do you have a comment on that? You're muted.
My response to that is, I want to be politically correct, so let me be very careful here. I like to think that in the same way the Jews who live in New York City and all other parts of the world view their motherland or their repatriation both physically as well as mentally. I like to think that the Jews have set themselves separate and apart because they are of the view that they believe in their motherland, all the tenets, principles, and guidance that the motherland stands for. And even though they are in a diaspora, they still look to the motherland to support the motherland. They still insist in dressing in the fashion that would be common to being a Jew. They're not ashamed or afraid to claim their identity. They're not ashamed to say, I am a Jew. They wear their hair, their black hats, their black coats, regardless of where they are. They have not adopted or identified with any other race, really, the real genuine ones outside of their faith, their religion, and their way of life. And they support each other economically as well. And they are such an economic force that the whole world has to step aside and give them way. Until we, the Black race, can achieve that sense of identity where, although we're in a diaspora, we know, we behave, we act, we identify with our motherland. And so Africa is in us, regardless of where we find ourselves. And for those of us who want to actually take the physical journey and go back to Africa, that is indeed an accomplishment. I was in Ghana in 2018, and what I saw there, I thought I was back home in Jamaica. So it is a spiritual thing for me. It's a spiritual, it's a physical, it's a mental, it's a whole way of life to say, I am African and I'm back in Africa because I am an African. That's my take.
Thank you, Madam Barry. Sharon, do you want to talk on that? You have any comment on that?
No, I don't have a comment on that, but what I found interesting though is when Kwame Nkrumah married an Egyptian woman that was not of the color of most of the Ghanaians, there was disconcernment about her becoming, maybe repatriating from Egypt. which they didn't feel was a part of the South Sahara nations. I found that interesting. And today I see the full integration of Samia Nkrumah leading a political party, being part of the government, and bringing Nkrumahism back into the vogue.
Thank you, Sean. And the thing is with Sunny, you know, Sunny, she's very good. She follows her fathers. And I know that in 2018, 17, she would have been in the election in Ghana, but they refused her because she did not speak none of the Ghanaian languages, and that's that Egypt upbringing. I do want us to look at today, though, as the women's and Garvey, as I said, the two women's, Amy Ashwood and Amy Jackson, that legacy that they have left behind with women. I often wonder how they managed in the fight, because they were out there within the fight, verbally and physically. And today I see a lot of women out there verbally and physically in the fight. We see as women, but I don't think the woman is recognized in the fight and the struggle that we're going through. And yes, as Dr. Chen said, the women are the mothers, and you know, we train the children and so on and so on. As we train them, it's like somebody else wants to put a different doctrines in their minds, and so our upbringing is so much different from the upbringing of the children's today. Even though we do our best to get them out there, it's a struggle out there for them. How do one feel on those topics? Comment, anyone? Dr. Chan?
You know I'm here because that's actually my area. I would like to make sure that I say it in the context and how we're celebrating the honorable earth light of Marcus Messiah Garvey. Obviously, for many persons to recognize many of the works we're looking at, many of the research materials that are provided, some of the, not just secretaries, but the secretariat, that ambassadorial, administrative, publication element of bringing forth the work of the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey has come through the efforts, the work, the organization, the skills, the talents, the expertise of women, of African women, inclusive of Amy Ashwood Garvey, who internationalized a lot of the movement even after the dissolution of her marriage to the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. And there's a lot of context to that is beyond the 10 minutes or 1 hour that we have for this segment, but I encourage persons to do that research and know that if we speak of Amy Ashwood Garvey equitably, we need to speak of Amy Jacks Garvey, because they both had an influence on how the Garvey movement was internationalized, how the Garvey movement has been remembered, how the Garvey movement was chronicalized, how persons began to do various research around these themes. And it is truth to power even in 2021, because sisters are still having to develop an attitude, a behavior, sometimes coming across very aggressive, when in actuality, it's just ma'atical. And I'll define that. Truth, justice, order, reciprocity, balance, divine righteousness, and harmony is what we have to bring to the table, just many times to remind and re-nurture and reclaim the role of African women. So when we say African women lead, some persons take it in a feminist space, and that's not how it was promoted authentically inside of the Garvey movement. It was promoted so that there was balance between what the brothers were doing, what the brothers were leading, as well as what the sisters were doing and what the sisters were leading, even though there were challenges, because the patriarchy that runs the planet has a lot of influence on what happens inside of our organization. So it's really critical that when you ask that very poignant question, that we recognize, how do we restore balance? How do we make sure that the most efficient, the most engaging the most equitable forms of interaction between our women and our men are imbued inside of our movements, so that we do not have to be involved in certain imbalances that are called, there's a word for it in our ancestral tongue, it's called isfet, and it's chaos.
Thank you, Dr. Chan. I think also, Dr. Madam Valerie, you have a presentation to do. Dr. Chan, you have a presentation also.
I have a presentation, and it sounds to me, and I want to just get that clear. So, Sister Queen, Lady President Valerie, did you desire to go between myself and Sister Queen, Mother Ambassador Sharon Oshun?
It's no problem. It's that they choose where they want to be, and it's not a problem. So if you can start with your presentation.
I'll go ahead. I'll go ahead, because maybe this is how Sister Jasmine has it on her program. So I won't disturb the flow of the program. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to everyone who is fortunate to be on this live stream with us today as we honor the Right Excellent Marcus Mosiah Garvey. I am hoping that my speech will not appear to be too long, or rather my tribute, but there are so many important things that Dr. Shen has spoken about that I think we need to really focus on. And therefore, I would like to say I am paying tribute, not just to Amy Ashwood and Amy Jakes, but to a number of women within the UNIA who have made Garveyism so popular as it is today. And we have had little or no recognition for this work. So I will go first. If it were not for the death of George Samuel, the name Marcus Mosiah Garvey would probably not even be a footnote in the pages of world history. Amy Euphemia Jakes Garvey was the eldest child of George and Henrietta Samuel. She came from a typical Jamaican middle-class background because her mother was half white and her father was a black-skinned Negro man. She was a brilliant student, and she was brought up to be a fine lady. From an early age, she displayed attributes that would make her a great leader. She went to the Wolmer's High School, established in 1729 as one of the most elite schools in the entire Caribbean. She was recruited because of her brilliance to work with a particular law firm. But her father, being like the typical men of his time, disagreed that she should work in a field dominated by men. However, fate or destiny intervened. George Samuel died shortly after he made this pronouncement, and the lawyer looking after his estate urged her mother, Henrietta, to allow Amy to work in the clerical office so that she could control her father's estate. Little did Amy know how useful this training would become in her adult life. She worked at the lawyer's office for 4 years, where she ultimately gained knowledge in the legal system. Amy Jakes became the second wife of Marcus Garvey. She left Jamaica in 1917 and promised her mother and her employer to return after 3 months if conditions were not right in the USA. Karen Adler, in her article chronicling Garvey's life, Amy Jakes, argues that she did not return because she became enthralled by Garveyism. There is controversy about how quickly she became the second wife of Marcus Garvey, but we're here to drink milk and not here to count cows. So let's keep our focus. In fairness to Amy Ashwood Garvey, she also made tremendous contribution to the work of the UNI ACL. That Ashwood Garvey also made tremendous contributions to the work of the UNIA, the Black feminist movement, and played a strong role in spreading the concepts of Pan-African movement and Black nationalism. Many of the women who played major roles in the UNIA and other women's movement, and I'm sure that one day in-depth tributes will be written for them. It's a sweet, bitter tribute to the brilliant mind of Amy Jakes. She was said to be an excellent speaker and toured with and without Marcus Garvey. However, the story was told that after returning from a Western tour, Marcus was scheduled to speak in New York, and Amy Jakes was not even a part of the program. Even though she was not scheduled to speak, because of the mass outcry by the crowd, she was given the microphone. Adler believes that Marcus Garvey failed to show any appreciation for his wife, despite her growing fame in the public forum. Like most women of yesteryear, and even up to today in the 21st century, women did not pose any threat. Amy took a backseat, as did other women in the UNIA. The grievances were made public at the UNIA's National Convention. I am amazed at how history repeats itself. Sexism found a way, a means to thrive, even in spite of the UNIA's commitment to sexual equality. All this would change as the women in the movement found a way to become invaluable to the UNIACL and to the wider world on women's issues. His first wife, Amy Ashwood, moved on with her life, but still played a pivotal role in the UNIACL and contributed to the financial growth of the organization. Other prominent women in the organization were Mamie Leona Turpio de Mena, and especially Lady Vinton Davis, who challenged the men to empower her to formulate constructive plans so that Black women all over the world can function without restrictions from the men. These are just a few names, but more women did manage to find a space to shape the UNIA despite the patriarchal structure. In many instances, it was the working class and grassroots women who laid the foundation for the generation of Black activists who came of age during the civil rights Black Power era. In the 1960s, many Black activists, including Ella Baker, Fannie Lou Hamer, Medgar Evers, Malcolm X, Stokely Carmichael, who changed his name to Kwame Ture, and Martin Luther King Jr., drew on the writings and speeches of these mainly Black women who played a key role in keeping Black nationalist and Pan-African ideas alive. However, A great debt of gratitude is owed to Amy Jakes Garvey, who compiled the 2 volumes of Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey that have kept the legacies of Marcus Garvey and Garveyism alive. Under strict instructions from her husband, he gave her manuscripts and other documents, articles and speeches, and requested that she publish same in book form so that the public may judge impartially the issues involved. At the time this letter was written in 1925, Marcus had already spent 2 years in prison in Atlanta, Georgia on mail fraud. Amy Jakes gave speeches and became a prolific writer in an effort to raise money for his defense funds. Due to the death of her father, George Samuel, she had gained experience working with lawyers and so was able to work tirelessly with lawyers to get her husband out of jail, while at the same time, she kept the UNIA moving forward by delivering speeches and meeting with leaders on occasions to keep them motivated. In keeping this tribute relevant to the 21st century, it is disappointing to report that not much has changed in terms of how some women are still treated with abuse and disrespect. Despite the effort that Amy Jakes put in keeping Marcus's dream alive, Marcus rarely showed appreciation towards her. She never assumed the office of Lady President because Marcus would not allow it. After her husband was deported in 1927, she went with him to Jamaica. They had 2 sons, Marcus Messiah Garvey III, born in 1930, and Julius Winston Garvey, born in 1933. We will never know what made Amy Jakes decide to remain with their children in Jamaica when Marcus Garvey decided to go into self-imposed exile and moved to England in 1934. We will never know why she chose to be a single parent and if she was happy in that role. There's a phrase in Jamaica that explains that many times we have to take kin teeth to cover heartburn, meaning that many times we smile to the world and put on a happy face, even though our heart is breaking. In the interest of time, I will not mention all the books that she has written or compiled or put together, but I will mention that she assisted John Henry Clark in editing Marcus Garvey and the Vision of Africa, 1974. Her final work was The Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey, Volume 3, in conjunction with EU SCN Udon. She was awarded the Musgrave Medal in 1971. I met Amy Jakes Garvey in 1971. I was a first-year student at the College of Arts, Science and Technology, now the University of Technology, UTech. And the ladies' dormitory was now ready for its residence. A committee was formed to decide on the name for this woman's hall. After doing our investigation and due diligence, we arrived at consensus that the hall will be named the Amy Jakes Garvey Hall. She was our guest speaker, and it was a delightful and dignified ceremony. It was a real pleasure to meet her. Little did I know that one day I would become a lady president of the UNIA ACL Kingston Division 454/1. She died in 1973. In spite of immense difficulties and sacrifices, she did not indulge in past failures and mistakes. However, she came close to suggesting some disappointment when she wrote, "It was difficult after his death to teach my sons to be proud of a race which had let them down, and a father who had left them on charity, believing that as he," Marcus said, "I have devoted my life to my people. Surely, if anything happens to me, they will look after my sons." Garvey and Garveyism, page 279. I now close. As a woman and a Garveyite, I now repeat what the women of the UNIACL declared so many years ago. And if there is one thing I would like us all to remember, it is this statement. We, the women of the UNIACL, know that no race can rise higher than its women. We need women in the important places of the organization to help refine and mold public sentiments regarding and realizing the colossal program of this great organization. And we are determined to reclaim our own land, Africa. One God, one aim, one destiny. I thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. That was wonderfully put. And I think that a lot of us have never even read it. We've heard bits of speeches and things, but never actually read the information. But the women of today are still feeling these kind of vibes that the woman must take a backseat in all the movements. And we will have questions after for those who wants to ask questions, which I've got a lot. So I now call on Dr. Chen. Are you ready to talk, to do a presentation?
Yes. One of the questions, one of the things I'd like to, well, first and foremost, that cut a significant portion of my presentation. So I'm very grateful, Lady President Valerie Dixon. So I'll just focus on some of the slides that I'd like to share in my deck. I should be able to share my screen.
Yes, you will be able to.
Okay. Let's hope that it's cooperative.
The rain is coming here.
Oh.
Oh.
Unable to see it on me.
We can see it.
Okay, you can see it. My real question is whether or not, is it moving when I'm speaking? Or is it just a...
It's just there, and I think it moves when you click from 1 to using the cursor.
Did it move?
No.
Did it move now?
No, you have to press on.
No, I am pressing, and so that's why I'm asking.
No, it's not
good.
moving.
No worries.
But we have got your first slide up. Your first slide is there.
Okay, but that's not the slide. Let's give me a moment. Interesting. Very interesting. Not surprising. What I really will do in the interest of time, because I'd like us to move forward, because if it's not moving, then that means that you're not seeing what I need you to see.
It's moving now. It's moving.
No. So now you get to see everything that I was going to say, so you can already follow me quickly, yeah?
Yes.
Give thanks. So blessed earthlight for the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, as August 17th is Garvey Day, and I should have added globally, internationally. And it's an honor and privilege to be able to share just a few words in regards to the role, the responsibilities, the achievements, as well as the sacrifices and tribulations of women in the Garvey movement. Part of what I desired to really share was to give us some visuals of what took place in the early part of the 20th century in regard to our people coming together and noticing that it was not only men in the road, there were women in the road alongside our men. And regardless of what was the social culture at the time, that our women found ways, found very nurturing ways, very proactive ways, very, to some, aggressive ways. And in any time it was more than assertive, it tend to be viewed as like part of the feminist movement, because on the same line of engagement in the early developmental years of the Garvey movement between 1914 and definitely 1920, there was a significant parallel movement happening amongst Europeans and the Communist Party and other organizations around the globe. So persons would see any act of resistance, as it was perceived, amongst women inside of Black movements as not knowing what we would say now, you don't know your place. You need to stay in your place. And this is something that we still have to handle in 2021, whether it's in a Black and African conscious movement or not. And that's why you'll keep hearing me refer to the term African women lead. I'm hoping that my slides are advancing. Yes? Are you able to see the Black Cross nurses?
The Black Cross nurses, yes.
Beautiful. Give thanks, it's cooperating. The Black Cross nurses, and we're referencing again, just pulling another photograph from various parades, various activities. The Black Cross nurses was one of the most, and remains one of the most significant organizations that focus on the health, welfare, social development, economic development. So persons misunderstood and thought the Black nurses only dealt with health. And if we understand healthcare, healthcare is part of the root, but healthcare is connected to agriculture, healthcare is connected to social services, these should sound familiar, human services, etc., education, the overall care of the nation, in this case of the government. And that was also at the core of the work within the Garvey movement that was led, organized by the women in the Garvey movement. This is where we start to speak of Henrietta Benton Davis, one of the early formulators, organizers of the Black Cross nurses, one of the early formulators, organizers inside of the UNIA, one of the early formulators, organizers that facilitated how women were engaged, how women were not only proactive, but were actually at the center, maybe not in the public eye, but definitely in the eye of action and programs that were designed to really help African people in those early years. And that's something that's being revisited so that we are able to have a more engaging approach to how we deal with healthcare, especially in 2021, with everything that has been launched, whether intentionally, by force, by machinery and institutional development. This is a time where African women lead, and there is this resurrection, I shouldn't say a resurrection, a reclamation and a rebuilding of the Black Cross nurses beyond what was developed in the early 20th century. So just was sharing some visuals so we could see the magnitude of engagement, the large support of women willing to put this type of skill, talent, and expertise at the center of an organization. I take a moment and again, as we mentioned earlier, when we speak of the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, then we have to speak of the Amys. And I speak of it as Amy's plural. It is not any of our place to get involved in those personal affairs of his first wife, second wife, and all of that. That's a totally different arena. And in regard to what has happened in contemporary times, it's none of our affair. Because the key part is, how did these women impact the movement? How did these women keep the movement going? And how do women in general, when we commit ourselves to a movement, especially an African movement, we put our soul, our heart, our mind, our body, our wombs into that movement. And so to have that air of disrespect or that marginalization or that ongoing backroom kind of keep to yourself kind of engagement is not acceptable. It wasn't very acceptable then. That's why there was so much resistance. That's one of the reasons why I'm so grateful that it's already been shared. Some of the manners in which we deal with the surviving wives of some of our most powerful men. And we can speak to that, whether it's Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Medgar Evers. We can say this, whether it's the surviving wife of Thomas Sankara. I want persons to get this so we can get to the other piece, because this is happening in the African world. And when we say African women lead, it's not to discredit. I'm hearing a lot of distortion, so I don't know if someone can mute their sound, because I can't hear myself.
How is it now?
You have muted Dr. Chen also.
Yeah, everyone unmute yourself, Dr. Chen.
Give thanks. Give thanks. So I collect my thoughts. When we say African women lead, we're not saying that in a space of the disconnect with our men. We're saying it because we need to be reminded that that is part of the charge, that is part of the work that we are to do alongside our men, alongside on behalf of our families, our villages, our nation, our government, our African ancestral civilization in contemporary times. And so I speak of Amy Ashford Garvey, and I use this particular photograph because this was at a time after she had begun to do that ambassadorial work and going to the African continent, going into Eurasia and other parts of the globe to really spread that Pan-African, African sovereignty, Garveyism in a very specific way. And a lot of persons tend not to give her the respect due. Not that all of what she did was perfect, because none of us have that perfection yet, but that she was keeping the teachings, the ideology, the framing of Africa for Africans at home and abroad, one God, one aim, one destiny, and that African sovereignty with power that was actionable, very engaging. So I share, again, some of the social activities that she has hosted. She formulated a number of centers, whether it was the Afro Women's Center, was one of the founding supporters for the development of various Negro women councils and women's tea societies that brought sisters together to really organize and push forward, literally propel the ideology, the practice, the self-sufficiency, the economic development, the social services and human welfare, et cetera, healthcare within various organizations, irrespective of where they were located geographically. And she was very comfortable in sharing that throughout most of her life. So when we say African women lead, we're saying women of the Garvey movement with men of the Garvey movement. And it's very important. So we can see, while we're seeing our sisters represented here with the Black Cross nurses, let us notice that our brothers are their insecurity, holding them up. That's what needs to happen now. So when we're celebrating and doing all of this upliftment for the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, let us remember that we have to hold one another up, and we have to have that type of respect. And whatever imbalances that we have been able to study and critique in regards to the relationships between our brothers and sisters, we have to undo those. We have to use a very different formulation in these contemporary times so that no form of misogyny, no form of abuse, no gaslighting, whatever new 21st century term you want to use, is prevalent or tolerated inside of any Garvey movement or any movement for the upliftment of African Black people. Again, just showing some of the sisters, and again, the pride, the character, the uniformity, the seriousness, the discipline, and the action, all visible herein. And Mariam Mena, many people didn't, you will look at the picture and people get caught up in colorisms and overlook that this woman of African ancestry was also very centripetal, specifically around language, around taking these messages into other parts of Central America in particular, as well as within the North America. And some persons tend to overlook even Queen Mother Mariam. We speak of Irene and Blackstone, and what is so familiar with Irene and Blackstone were the relationships that were aligned with women that in the US 48 contiguous, people will remember Ida B. Wells. People will remember Madam C.J. Walker and overlook that these were women that were financing, contributing, developing businesses within as well as outside, if you want to put it in that context. When I say external, of the UNIAACL, because all of us that are doing the respective work are part of the African Communities League. It's when you become a dues paying member and you get involved in the government component, that is where you go into a formative relationship with the Universal Negro Improvement Association as a government, not just as a not-for-profit organization, not just as an LLC and all of that, but as a government that's moving in the direction of African sovereignty and African fundamentalism, which is part of the grounding that the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey brought forward. Again, another visual, sword in hand, of Henrietta Vinton Davis, as again, the pride and the discipline and the commitment and the livication, not just dedication, but these women lived to keep race first and African fundamentalism at the core of all of their respective work, and to do it with dignity, with discipline, and doing their utmost to not bring any disparaging behavior, actions, or character to the government of the UNIA. And again, I wanted to just kind of keep what I'm saying and respecting the time pretty much so highlighted around, look at the numbers, notice the unity. How do we recapture, and I'll stop sharing my screen for now, but how do we recapture that type of revolutionary fervor, not just a revolutionary program, but how do we reestablish that type of respect amongst our men folk and our women folk, so that we no longer are able to say, some things have not changed. Some things have not changed. It allows for us to speak about revolutionizing, and I'm going to use this particular quote from another powerful woman in the Garvey movement that many people tend to overlook. You had Claudia Jones, you had Eunice Lewis, and these were women, and I'm going to quote Eunice Lewis first. Her call that created a lot of contention was revolutionizing the old type of male leadership. This was being said in the early 20th century. So I just need for us to keep that in the coffers of our minds, so that every time that we're engaging with one another, every time that we're bringing our respective works together, regardless of which organization, because in this capacity, yes, I serve as the president, the lady president of Division 307, Queen Mary Hubert Harrison Division in the Virgin Islands. As we take it forward, I also serve as the High Commissioner General for the Caribbean of the UNIA ACL RC 2020. And for those that don't remember what the RC is, it's the Rehabilitating Committee. And we can look at the history that Garvey established a framework for so that we were able to move this forward. And I have to say that it is an honor and a privilege to be able to be in that space, but it's not a me thing. It's a we piece. And if we do not keep our spiritual strength and centering at the core of this work, as women tend to do, when we walk together, we keep the spirituality at the core to keep us strong, to keep us fortified to do this. It will be very difficult, and we will continue to see the imbalance between genders, between sexes, whichever term flows for persons. And this is a time where the cadre of women in the early stages of the Garvey movement, they are to be respected. We are the same way that we can sit here and talk about James Stewart and Marcus Garvey and all the other president generals. It's time. And our respect as we honor the most illustrious Marcus Messiah Garvey, even the thoughts of what transpired for his wife, Amy Jacks Garvey, what transpired for their children. Any lady that is part of a movement, any sister that's part of a movement, if something happened to my husband, I'm expecting that movement to check for me and my children. I'm gonna say it straight. If you can't do that, that means something's out of balance, because we're doing this for the greater good and not in a selfish manner, but we're doing it for the great, and vice versa. If something happens to the wife of a brother in the movement, and especially if there's children involved, all of us are to be there. That point alone took me a minute before I was comfortable being seckled and even doing this particular presentation, because there are things, because we're here to celebrate and we honor the foundation, the core of the work of Marcus Garvey. However, there's some very serious truths when we start to speak of women in the Garvey movement. From back in 1914, much less what happened when he went into prison in the 1920s, much less what happened when he came out and towards the time of his ascension in 1940. And even all the back and forth and shift and so between 1940 and 1970s, there are significant periods in the Garvey movement that we are to give some credence and respect and honor for. As we move forward, I encourage everyone that's within earshot of my voice, list the women. Just start doing that research. Make the list of the women, even if it's just their name, where they're born, when they ascended, if they're still alive. What did they contribute to the movement? Those women who we have made almost like disappeared. In the 21st century, that's no longer acceptable, because as I said in the beginning, African women lead. And that has been the charge that has been reconnecting within various Garveyite movements around the world to make sure that we do not repeat the imbalances that have a history of unfurling and resurfacing, so that we have the balance, and that the strength and stability and power that our men provide is equitably balanced alongside our women, because our children are watching. And that's another reason that the succession planning that our beloved brother, Dr. David Muhammad referenced, is very critical. And all of these things that I'm sharing are actually part of the resurgence of the course in African philosophy, which according to the Garvey movement's original constitution and the policies and protocols therein, before persons start to utter as being a Garveyite, they study, they take a course, the same way we give importance to university study and our second form studies, our secondary, junior high, etc. studies. That same importance is given to that same course in African philosophy. And I'm glad that that was mentioned earlier, because that's what our women were involved into. The first graduating class was right down the middle. For men, for women in the 1930s. So yes, African women lead. I'm honored and I'm open for questions. Much more do I winter.
Thank you, Dr. Chen. This had tears to my eyes. You know, as women around the globe, you know, who are in the movements, Rastafari movement, Islam movements, and Garveyites as well. I'm sure we all relate to that story of the woman who have done so much work and yet they get pushed aside and is not really mentioned, or one or two is mentioned. You know, we will have question and answer after our next speaker. Ambassador Sharon, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. I'm speaking through a microphone. Can you hear?
Yes, we can. Well, I can.
Okay.
Okay, Ambassador Sharon, our dear Minister from the Foreign Affairs, welcome.
Thank you very much. And I'm glad to be part of this panel. I will be brief, and I'd like to start with women as mothers and then go into women as leaders. And as a poet and writer, I'm going to pull from a book that I found very instructional. Well, it's upside, yes, you get a mirror image. Dr. Nzinga writes on women in the Garvey movement. It includes the writings of Mrs. Amy Jakes Garvey. Amy Ashwood writing is not here, but we will speak with her in reference to the Negro World newspaper, which she was an instrumental part in creating, and Amy Jakes Garvey was one of the editors. So we'll give her credit for that. I'd like to start with womanhood as the first reading from the book, and say that one of our primary duties as women is motherhood. It is sacred because through life, we have life. We are the tree of life, and we bring life into creation. We were there in the beginning, and we will be there in the end. It's a sacred honor. And so it must always be the woman, and especially a woman head of household, has the sacred duty to help transform a creation that she brings into the world, her fruit. Before the child is born, the mother has the opportunity to influence that child. The music, the thoughts, entrainment. She can speak without language to that child through the umbilical cord. All these things are taking place. We must never forget the power of the woman to influence the child. Now, when the child is born, the environment brings challenges. Let's talk about womanhood. The first poem I'll read to express some of the beautiful things, the powerful things, and challenging things that the panelists before me have brought out. We'll use these words of Amy Jakes Garvey to respond. As a woman, I have the right to fail to respond to your advances. You have no right, because you're a man, to slander me just because I fail or become an easy prey, you thought of me. Although you may have heard talk about women's liberation, equality is what I'm about. And that for me means equal chances, as it is not about burning any part of my underwear or about competing with men. I don't subscribe to token gestures, and therefore I feel that burning my brow will only result in me having sagging breasts, which I don't like, because I like to wear flattering clothes, which make me look good, because when I look good, I feel good. Then I become more confident and self-assured. As a woman, I become the admiration in your eyes. When you see me looking good, but I am not dependent on your admiration. I can use my own judgment to tell me when I look good. So please, men, when you see me on the streets and my head is in the clouds, don't distract my attention because I'm one of those very bright, self-sacrificing women. I am one of those very bright, self-sacrificing women walking beside a strong Black man. This is a woman who respected and honored the Black man, and she honored Marcus Messiah Garvey for his philosophies and stood by him, irrespective of how society treated women during those times. She continued in her duty, her God-given duty, to be all that she could be, to fight for freedom. And the author Nzinga Asata has been known to say that Amy Jakes Garvey challenged us to say, what needs to be done now is to stand on your two black feet and fight like hell. This is a fighter, an African warrior, as many of us women are, with a purpose. So we give thanks for that. And then we go to women as leaders. You have been shown visually the women. You have seen Amy Garwood at work as an ambassador in ambassadorial duties, traveling at the congresses. You have seen what Amy Jakes have done, children she has raised. This is evident. We're going to look at a quote from the same book, and it's called Women as Leaders, written October 1925, page 30 to 32. This shows you that there was no lack back then, and there certainly we shouldn't have any lack in expressing ourselves and in doing what we must do for the cause, for our nation, for ourselves, for our people. There's just a small excerpt. Women, therefore, are extending this holy influence outside the realms of the home, softening the ills of the world by their gracious and kindly contact. Some men may argue that the home will be broken up and women will become coarse and lose their general appeal. I guess that's sex appeal. We do not think so, because everything can be done in moderation. The doll baby type of woman is a thing of the past, and the wide awake woman is forging ahead, prepared for all emergencies and ready to answer any call, even if it be to face the cannons on the battlefield. Ladies and gentlemen, the female of our species are not pushovers. We do not take a second place behind the patriarchs. Matriarchs have ruled the world. And I will share with you an inspired poem in conclusion that I received from Spirit during a writing workshop entitled The Ascension of the Sacred Feminine in my book, Living Life as a Sacred Practice. I believe that these writings come from understanding, as Garvey has told us, Marcus Garvey, that we are divine creations and we're divine beings. The divine feminine as a matrix of creation. I am the sacred feminine that was silenced when those who wanted to ascend my throne to brush me aside into obscurity in the heaps of eternity. However, like Isis and Osiris, I gathered my consciousness in other parts and reconnected to my greatness. I am the sacred feminine, the mother of creation. As a mother goddess, I am that I am, goddess eternal. I and my sister Gaia, Mother Earth, are one. We have ascended to the throne to love, forgive, honor, respect, and teach our mystical truths as the sage within, never to be silenced in this generation. We will reveal our feminine nature in males and females, awakening the yin and yang in every being and their connection to the universe. We will use the nature's electromagnetic force, the energetic field, to reconnect to humanity. We are ready to express our magical arts, to speak, think, and move at the speed of light. That's right, my sisters. We are entering Mach time, vibrating at the speed of light and love. We are love. We are peace. We are the womb of creation. And I'm going to stop there and give you the last paragraph so that we could take the questions. You arrive at this sacred space when you can say, I am a reflection of Mother Earth. I am the sacred feminine. I am a goddess. We're having some disturbance. I am a goddess born into creation each moment, ever manifesting in the now, and so it is. We, in the Pan-African worldview, today, in the 21st century, are moving away from any limitation of women. As divine beings, we have the capacity to be queens, to be goddesses, to be sages, priestesses, and never will we look back. Never will we be afraid of being thrown out of Bibles and churches or being hung or burned. It is time for males and females, kings and queens to walk together and live the dream of Marcus Messiah Garvey, to repatriate and experience the redemption of one Africa, Uru Africa. So it is.
Thank you, Ambassador Sharon Paris Chambers. That was a wonderful presentation, and a wonderful presentation from Dr. Chen and also Dr. Valerie Dixon. Madam Valerie Dixon. We can take some questions if there's any questions. Do raise your hands, please. Okay, I have a question. I've listened to all. I know I'm the moderator and I'm not supposed to ask questions, but I'm going to ask anyway.
You can ask questions
anyway. As a woman, I wonder, in them times in the 1920s, could it have been that with the colonial influence and violence and, African descent standing up, that the colonials made it that our men were afraid of allowing the woman to take that stand for danger that maybe women are supposed to be gentle and cannot fight back? Because it seems in some way today, as much as, as a Rasta woman, I find that we're having to stand up and talk anyway. But there was a time when we could not talk. And listening today, I wonder if it's that colonial influence that they men were being overprotective of the woman from them taking that forefront and speaking. Can anyone, Dr. Chen?
I know you like to put me first because you like to put in the fire. And I have no problem with that because I come ready.
You look so relaxed that, you come first.
Definitely. First and foremost, that's a very powerful question because it's got, from what I'm hearing, 3 layers. Mm-hmm. What was the mindset of our brethren in the early 20th century period? What was happening in the earth in general around that time in the early 20th century? Because it's very different than now, sort of, because, the lynching, the burnings, people were, there was a thrust that made African Black people be together. And there was that air of protect our women. And again, I want my brothers to know, I need our brothers to know. I mean, I have a problem with you protecting and offering security, but that's different than being oppressive. There's a difference between offering security, protection, and care and nurturance than being oppressive or repressive and taking it to a place that doesn't allow for the woman to engage in the manner that the Creator designated us to move in that full accord. That would be the first part, the second part rather. And the third part would be, this is a very good question to ask brothers, because I'm not going to try to have the setting in my consciousness because I came in this iteration as a woman. So sometimes we tend to try to take our woman thought process and then transpose that into a king man's thought process. And I would not desire to go that far to do that. I don't think that's my charge, but from having brothers, from having a very powerful, loving father who guided me into Garveyism at a young age alongside my mother. I'm very grateful that I have at least an awareness of what that protection should feel and become. However, not with the oppressiveness part. And that some men, they felt that they were protecting their women. And in other instances, they felt that the women were being disrespectful to move in those kind of, quote, male dominated spheres. And that's been, that's been showed in some of the research and some of the work. And that's why the term feminist, or, we move it now, that the opposite, people say that there's too much with the patriarchy, but there can also be an extreme in the matriarchy if it's not balanced. So it's very important that we move beyond even English's limitations of the patriarchy and the matriarchy, and we go in the middle, or I should say in the neutral balance space, a matriarchy. If we were to do that, then we could look at this analysis of what took place in the early 20th century, as well as how we can heal what's happening in the 21st century. I hope that that offers some frame of response that's useful.
Thank you, Dr. Chen. I'm sure it does, and I'm seeing the things in the box, in the chat box, so I know it's answering. Does anyone have any other comments? To Sharon, Madam Valerie? Oh, there is some hands up also. Shall I take the hands first and then come back to our panel? Sam Gizara, go ahead. Sam?
Hello. So much. Can you hear me properly?
We can hear you.
Yes, thanks, woman. But I'm very much not I'm not misogynist, and I'm completely feminist. Not because I'm a female, you understand, I need a hermaphrodite, but because one thing I understand, please don't ever, whatever you do, compare yourself with the men, because they're too important to compare yourself with the men. Men, I mean, you know what I'm talking about, man. They're just mere bulls in terms of, in the society in which we live. You are the first, as a family, the first child sees the mother. The first child enjoys the best ever thing they know is a breastfeeding. You have seen a child being breastfeeding, how happy it is and all that. Therefore, the first impression the child gets the mother picture in her, and mainly it affects men more than women in the family, but psychologically, but otherwise, you see, you are the precursor to all civilization of the world, because you serve the family first. You are head of the family. You're not the head of the family, but you civilize every child, all the manners or the mannerism of the child from the mother, not from the father. So this is what I'm trying to say. Don't ever compare yourself with the men. You are too important for men, because you civilize the whole society. The whole society is based on the standards you set as a mother. That's what the social, legal, and the social norms you said are what society becomes. So never compare yourself with the men. Men can go and they want to fight. That's all right. If they can go and fight, it's because they're physically strong. But in that terms of care, well, you know yourself as a mother.
Sam, you have muted yourself, but thank you for that, Sam.
Yes,
That was
beautiful.
a wonderful
We have
talk
to be
on
aware
it.
of our time now. We have
Yeah.
two more, but two more. Take those two.
Mimi, Nathanlanda, no Halanda, Nathandaland. Mimi, go ahead, ask your question.
Is this, or is this means non-tlantla?
You know I can't say that. That's why I say Mimi.
Rastafari greetings, yes,
Greetings, my
on this
sister.
honorable day of Marcus Garvey Messiah. Yes, I am very much really inspired that us in our age as mothers, we are having these conversations, and we are really here and resuscitating the spirit of our great ancestors who been there before us, who have shined the torch, the bearers of the African woman, and to see that we are still really continuing to commemorate that lineage. Now, in so saying, I saw all the clips and the great work that has been done by the great women in the ancient days. I am now saying that those mothers were organized. We could see through their footage. I mean, we have the blacknesses. We can see how strong those women are, powerful, and they were there to protect the Black community at large, at whatever cost. Pain, sorrow, the women stood their path. We know that as mothers. Now, this legacy for us, it seems like it is stuck in the past. When you look at our current situation, how many of us now in this day can say that we are walking the same footsteps as those mothers who have set up institutions, who have set up businesses, who have set up clinics, who have set up, who have nurtured Black children? Our children never had to suffer. Their identity was extremely strong. They knew who they were within the realms of oppression. Now we sit here today as mothers, as women. We are very fortunate that we can still sip in that knowledge amongst us as mothers. What is it that we are doing to ensure that this legacy is passed on to the next generation of our daughters? Because we are finding that they are struggling with self-identity. And I am saying this, it is not our fault, because we were left, we are very fortunate that we were given the baton. What measures are we taking or steps we are doing to ensure that we give the same baton to the ones that come after us? Because they are here, our young daughters. They are struggling with modernization.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mimi.
Ngozi, thank you very much. I would like to say that when we restore ourselves, and the work begins with ourselves before we can go and change anyone else, we must change ourselves, that we must keep the lessons that we have been taught. If you haven't been given the values and the lessons of your parent, maybe there's a grandparent or an aunt, or maybe you could look further to a mentor that can teach you the way. But there must be a desire within to be something and to perpetuate one's own lineage, one's own legacy. It must be an inner drive. We have formed Sisters of the Ankh, Mahat Sisterhood Circle, out of a call from within one of the Pan-African circles for women to repair themselves and to work together to uplift younger women and to bring in young girls and to pass the baton. We must do the work. We must look for opportunities to teach the youth, not only in our writings, but in our speeches and going into the community, doing community work and creating the new village, the new 21st century village, where the village, the African village, nurtures, upholds, strengthens, has an economy and has a base that can survive anywhere. So it's really reinterpreting ourselves as women and taking our responsibilities seriously. and respecting our sacred duties? Thank you so much for that question.
Thank you, Ambassador Sharon. Go ahead, ma'am.
Valerie.
Oh, through you, Madam Chair, if I could just quickly say something here. Marcus Garvey said that when all is said and done, it all comes down to economics. He said that there is no race that gets respect if that race is seen as poor, downtrodden, unable to, I'm just paraphrasing, unable to satisfy its basic needs for food, clothing, and shelter. We cannot sit here in all seriousness and say that our race has the ability to take care of all of its citizens. Before there was, what should I say, things like affirmative action, equal employment opportunities, etc., the Black family was more cohesive, it was more together, because the men had to find a way to empower themselves to find economic independence, most of them. And if we're truthful again, we will look to see that the Black family was more united before the coming of these things to us today. And too many of us are under the illusion that because we have equal employment opportunity, affirmative action, and so on, that we have overcome. And we don't realize that economically speaking, Black people were probably, despite all the lynching and the race riots and the burning of Tulsa, etc., that the Black family was more integral to the raising of children, etc., than it is today. Most of our men are incarcerated. Our warriors are behind bars. Our men can't find employment. And there's a saying again in Jamaica that says, when you can't catch Quashy, you catch him short. So when the men who are marginalized deliberately, and when the men who are taken out of the system cannot perform their roles as provider, father, role model, etc., I believe that they become frustrated. And as I said, if you can't catch Quashy, then you catch his shot. And many times the shots turn out to be us, the women. We are seen as the weaker sex. So how dare us go up against a man who is 240 pounds, one lick to the jaw and you knock out, and then he picks you up and say, oh honey, I'm so sorry. I didn't really mean it. That is what we're up against. That, to my mind, is the fact that our men for too long now have been marginalized, have been criminalized for just about everything, and are almost impotent to the point of being real fathers and not just sperm donors. And these are the things that I believe we need to address now as we talk about the rebranding of the Black race. I don't know if I'm making sense, but from my point of view,
you are.
That is how I am viewing.
We must continue the dialogue.
Yeah.
That's so nice.
Thank you, Madam Valerie Dixon.
How a 100-pound woman can put up any resistance to a man who weighs 240 pounds.
That's why we have security. That's why we have to understand martial arts. See, we tend to go like smile.
That's a
remember
very,
David
very
Goliath.
Remember
David Goliath. I'm just
women.
Yes, Queen. Yes, Queen.
We need to I'd like to learn the art of self-defense and surprise some of these men.
The thing about it, The thing about it is, you know, most women don't want to hurt their partners or the men. You know, they don't want to hurt them because that carries on. You know, so this is one of the problem that women could lick back, I assure you, because mama teach us to lick back. But a lot of women do not want to get that violence in front of the children. And we think that if there's violence in front of the children will take the on and think that's what relationship is about and these kind of things, you know. So let me just take the last question, which was from Menelik.
Yes, we have to wrap up.
Okay.
Yeah, Menelik, but I do have a final statement to make. Is Menelik still there? You had your hand up.
Yes, I am, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Menelik.
It wasn't a question. It was more an appreciation of what was being said. Zara really struck a chord within me when she was speaking about the role that women play within society, and she was asking for the men to respond. And you know, immediately in my mind, I started thinking that within African culture as well, women are still struggling for their voice. I think it goes beyond colonialism. I think this is something that was ingrained from culture, and as we go forward, slowly but surely, women are gaining their voices. But I don't believe that it's fast enough, because I mean, men may be the action takers, but women are the brain behind the body. We need the women to champion us and to forward us. I don't think that any man could be in any position that he is right now without the women that are behind him. And yeah, that's what I wanted to add. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much,
Menelik.
our ambassador at large, Ambassador Jasmine. Ambassador
Thank
Jasmine,
you.
this is our ambassador at large, our brand ambassador for SOAD.
Right.
I didn't introduce myself at the beginning. You know, I'm Ambassador Jasmine Rowe. I'm based in Ethiopia, and I am the ambassador for the Ethiopia and the Africa Union, which we do our best. But you know, with the situation that you can see going on in Ethiopia and around the continent, it's like the solution is in the hands of those in the diaspora, the splinters. From the time of Marcus Garvey movement in those 1920s, we have branched into different areas to put the word out, whether it be Rastafarian, whether it be Nation of Islam, whether it be Pentecostal. We have gone out there and put the word of unity out. But somewhere along the line, each one thinks that it's unity amongst themselves. We unite amongst ourselves, and then we unite amongst the masses. The colonials are not leaving us alone. They're not leaving us alone. And propaganda has become another area that separates our people. You hear something about the Garveyites, or you hear something about the Rastafarians, or anyone that is talking about the unity of the African nation does get a fight. And I think that what we need from this today is more rapport together with our men and the women together to talk about how we can deal with the unity. Because sometimes the men don't even know what women are going through, and the women don't even know what men are going through. They see the violence, the anger, but why?
We've had 3 minutes. We have 3 minutes.
You've done nothing to him, but the violence is there. Somebody upset him outside, so he takes it out on those that are closer to him. And we must find time to deal with these issues, because today in the 21st century, going into the fourth industrial revolution, our people, wherever we are on the face of this planet, if we're not watching what's going on, we're in serious danger. And so I say that the Garveyites, the Nation of Islam, the Rastafarians, the Pentecostals, the Black people of the world needs to unite. Don't force no one to change their ways or their culture or whichever way they are, but the unity to build our economics situation. We don't have any hospitals or schools of our own. So I would like then to say thank you for everyone for coming, and thank you, Sister Sharon, Ambassador Sharon.
Thank you for your comments.
This platform that we can, all nation, come together today to look at issues of the past, to deal with issues of the present. Thank you all.
To set the tone for the future. Give thanks and praise. We'd like to have a musical interlude at the moment, and our performer is and his band needs to perform at this moment. So we ask the illustrious history man to come forward, please. Please share your screen. And applaud to the women's panel, Ambassador Jasmine, thank you very much. To Dr. Chin Zira and the Lady President, Valerie Dixon. Well done. Thank you for the questions also to the audience. We're going to show you the next performer. We are going to make an announcement, but I'd like to hold the announcement for a moment and go to History Man. Go to History Man as he is about to have to release his musicians. So History Man, this is your opportunity. We went over the 20 minutes you were expecting. You are online, and we would like to have that musical interlude, and then we'll go back to Don Dada, our brand ambassador. History Man, let me hear that you're there, please. You may go ahead and share your screen. While I'm trying to get the History Man, if anyone would like to give a quote or quotes, please take that moment to do so.
If I may, Ambassador Sharon, Dr. Garvey's speech is ready to be played when you are ready for it.
Ambassador Sharon? Don Dada?
Yes.
Okay, the rain is falling heavily and the musicians have left. So what do we have? We'd like to forego that. Don Dada, are you saying you'd like to perform now? We're going to do an announcement and then you could perform. The announcement is right here, Lady Ya. Lady Ya, would you make your announcement, please? What we're going to say about Lady Ya, something brief, not what's on the screen. Yes,
I
Lady
tell you,
Ya, will
what
you
timing?
kindly introduce yourself and give us what you have to say in your video?
Marvelous. Thank you very much indeed, Queen Ashin.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. I've been moving around while you've been doing this. So I literally just came out of the lift. So the timing is impeccable. My goodness, I was praying I didn't miss it. So thank you very much indeed. Essentially, I put that video together as just a really quick synopsis as a backdrop to what I was hoping to present to the rest of the family, as I call it, the mothership on earth. But essentially, my name is Lady Ya, for those who don't know, Princess Ya Israela, aka Lady Ya. And I am the Minister of Tourism for SOAD, as well as the CEO of several businesses. And I just wanted to really share a little bit about my own personal experience, which I think could add some value and just really complement what I've heard from some other wonderful speakers today, some absolutely beautiful souls there, brothers and sisters speaking, absolutely gorgeous, to be honest, very moving, very touching. And, you know, myself, I grew up as well, I'm a Hebrew. I'm a child of the Holy God of Israel, as I'm speaking to you now, but I grew up with a mixture of that and very much the Rastarism movement. So I was very much blessed to be introduced to the Honorable Messiah Marcus Garvey from about the age of 4, when I used to go to African school, which I was blessed to be sneaked off to by my nanny. My mum knew nothing about it for about 6 years. And she used to bring me to African school every Saturday. Ironically, I grew up and don't do Saturdays anymore, but effectively that was the beginning of my understanding of the great man himself. And yeah, it was very much at the forefront of my life. His teachings, his philosophy. He was probably the first Black philosophical person that I really resonated with and quite frankly even knew. And I thought this man had stepped off a spaceship in terms of his mentality and his whole, you know, mental movement forward, his dynamicness, his, you know, ahead of the game by about 1 million years, and just totally out there with his thinking. And, you know, it was such a shame to just see how, you know, we wasn't, as a collective, wasn't completely ready for him at the time, which is a common thing. And I really think we should focus more on even looking at that as an aspect of our own self awareness and development in this time, because there are Marcus Garveys of today coming up. There are people who, as we are clearly here today, who have developed and thrived and evolved off of his own teachings. So we are essentially standing on the shoulder of giants. Honorable Marcus Garvey being one of the greats of them all, quite frankly. But it is important that we really do take the lessons of the past. That would be my message, if nothing else. I've written a whole load of things, quite frankly, but honestly, it's taken quite some time to get to this point, and I've been quite distracted also. So I'm just going to keep it brief and just, you know, my department, just to give you all an insight. I'm relatively new in the role, so I'm still getting my feet under the table, so to speak. In addition to that, there is much to be structured and much framework to be put in place when it comes to the Department of Tourism, respectfully. So I'm still in my first, what I call 90 days in office, effectively, and you will see soon the plans that I will roll out for everybody's perusal and review and attention, to not only impact the department, but to most certainly ricochet across the whole SOAD state globally. I myself am very much a visionary, born days apart from His Honourable Messiah Garvey as well. So I can relate to some of his internal wirings, let's just put it that way, and his forward thinking in a way that completely puts him on a track on his own, completely. But that being said, some of the key areas, and I just want to bring to your attention just one really, of the projects that I'm launching under the SOAD tourism department will be what I call 22 in 2022.
Sharon, see if you can cut up that video.
Oh,
please continue, Lady Young.
Certainly. I was just mentioning about the 20, what I've coined rather, the 22 of 2022. And that is a project that I'll be putting together with a team I'm also compiling to be introduced into SOAD to support the mission of what needs to be done from my perspective, with the blessings of Dr. Pinn, Dr. Johnson, and Queen Kandasi Katura, and the respective heads of the mothership on Earth. But effectively, the 22 of 2022 is 22 countries that we have identified as countries we would like to create the Pan-African movement when it comes to travel. So what I mean by that is we have, for example, Ghana, Benin, Togo, we have, 22 countries effectively have been chosen now for travel from the Caribbean and the Western world into Africa. So that campaign specifically will start to roll around, circulate rather, in probably September. And I really do look forward to having the opportunity to engage a lot of your good selves when you receive that information and continuous information thereafter. One other thing, just before I go, just to give you an insight into what we're planning on the tourism side as well, is not just virtual tours, but also effectively solutions that can, or should I say a platform whereby everybody else's ideas can be brought to the table for consideration in terms of holiday packages, structures, tours, etc. And what I'm planning to do, which I'll be launching in the next 2 weeks, is to have a fortnightly, possibly monthly actually, tourist clinic. And that will be going on for 2 hours on Zoom, sorry. And that will give everybody an opportunity to just tap in, and it'll just be an open forum of discussions and ideas that we can also bring to the table for the collective's benefit. But I will round up by just coming back to His Honourable Marcus Garvey. I almost said minister then.
Said 50
he very
seconds.
much was. Yes, thank you. And I will just say there is a quote on the back of the video. I don't know if everybody's had a look at that quick synopsis video I put together. I will probably reissue.
It's available in the chat as well. It's available in the chat. Yes.
Thank you kindly. Much appreciated. But we are of the mindset of the repatriation, and I'm just very, very, very proud of the context, communication, the knowledge, the wisdom, the understanding, the overstanding, and the insight that has been shared today. And effectively, the ancestors would most definitely be proud of all of you who have come to the forefront and stated your case and expressed your communication. It is an absolute pleasure and a privilege to be a part of this movement, and the passion that resonates from those who have spoken and those who have not even spoken yet. So with that in mind, I would just like to say, may we continue in the holy God of Israel's name to inspire each other and the future generations upon the shoulders of the giants of our ancestors. And again, celebrating His Honourable Messiah Garvey's birthday, day, if you like. I just want to say thank you and blessings.
And thank you very much for your blessings. We much appreciate, and we're much obliged by your presence and the offerings that you have for us. Indeed, we will continue. We're going a little bit late now. We will take the musical interlude by Dandada. We'll have the first, we'll have both. Are you ready? Menelik Nesta, Dandada, our brand ambassador at large for SOAD, educator, rap artiste genre is reggae. We're looking forward to your presentation with Jessica Mbangini, who's a praise poet. She was awarded the Praise Poet of the Year, I believe, in 2020. And we are looking forward to this wonderful presentation. Will you be bringing that forward?
Definitely. Thank you so much, Sherry Chambers. I'm very, very humbled by this occasion. Before I play any of the music, is it all right if I read you something from a book I received when I was 13 years old, The Philosophies and Opinions of Marcus Garvey? I noticed everyone was reading.
Yes, if it will be brief. Yes, indeed.
So very brief. It goes, there is no sense in hate. It comes back to you. Therefore, make your history so laudable, magnificent, and untarnished that another generation will not seek to repay your seed for the sins inflicted upon their fathers. The bones of injustice have a peculiar way of raising from the tombs to plague and mock their iniquities. And this reminds me so much of a great man from where I'm from right now, Nelson Mandela. It's like his words are being echoed And I just felt that that was something that I would like to share with you. But if I could share my screen at this moment, I would love to play
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Thank you.
Boom.
Would you like to say behind?
And of course, I'm with my mother because
Greetings, Queen Mother.
Greetings, Layla.
Behind and beside, she operates beside her illustrious son, Don Dada. She's there, the brain. Give thanks.
As
Queen
I
Mother,
said,
Layla.
every man is a woman, and a woman run the world. So my mom always with me.
Exactly. That's so beautiful.
Okay. Oh my gosh! It says that I have to close Zoom and reopen it to share my screen.
Don Dada, have you pressed the green button at the bottom that says share screen? At the bottom of your screen, it says share screen, participant chat share screen.
Oh, wow, you just, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Africa, my beautiful Africa. I say, it's your boy Don Dada. We in the building. Let's go right now. Africa nozala bomzonzundu. Africa nozala bombisela nomthinta nawe Africa. Fikiri sikhala ngingezi sekuzakuza. Sizenzo zakuzaku. Yanga shinto bekulu yakhabanga umane yalandula. Aputuzela mabethemba bibitha masinyo. Eputhe papa metana umbhali. Wasuka wabebe. So beautiful. Yes. Exactly. Okay. Just the beauty of Africa. Just the beauty of Africa. And Africa. Just the beauty of Africa. Africa. Just the beauty of Africa. My heart bleed red, green, and gold for my country. Change from slow, that's the only thing that's constant. Praise to my brother, blessing to the emperors. Child of the soul, the gospel to the king. Glory to the mother, her love is my savior. Her child, my people, her pain is my labor. Tears for my brother, man, taken from our cradle. Soul can be water cut off from our neighbor. From the Lesotho mountains that travel across the desert to the west, to the west, to the blood of a king we pumping in our veins. So today we want to sing and chant out the Jah praise. Africa, the birthplace of Selassie. Africa, where two mighty oceans meet, Indian and Atlantic. Come together. Africa, on the mighty dragons that mountains, and others are cut down. Africa, come together. Africa, come together. A land of milk and honey. We fought them already, I need no money. Me just money crap and I pay me now. We say what you want, Africa, my country. It's a land of kings and lasting. Sudan at the pyramid house our family. Nigeria for King God bless you forever. Botswana, I'm beautiful, we love your weather. a land of a love and grace. Say Jah give us life, always smile and face. Me look on the youth, you say me have faith. Africa a strong, Jah bless this place. Africa you are great, Africa you are weak. Feel the ground shake, drums are vibrate, dancing heartbeat. Africa not sleep, Africa my home, Africa my beat. Africa.
That rises from the Lesotho mountains and travel across that desert to the west.
African.
It's beautiful right now, baby. Big things are in the studio. What you all about? Love. They say you have to have love. What we feel, of course, a Rasta man shine and the battlefield. The children and the empress herself. Check it again.
The spirit.
They say you have to have love.
This one with the universe.
They say you have to have love. If you want to feel, of course, a Rasta man shine and the battlefield. Soon as I rise up in the morning, I play a little song, and I might put it in my car. Me a drop and listen, see keep my mind from stress. I lick a meditation, keep my heart at rest.
Indeed, love is the universal language.
I'm bad mind one big. We step in the light, judge our love and grace. The whole world a chant a Rastafari.
I'm one with the moon. I'm one with the sunshine. I'm one with the stars. I'm one with the peace and unity.
Once again, from my birth to me, it is all that I need. Love and unity, only Jah is the key. The world it will be if love and peace was our heart, and just give thanks with an open heart. So when it rains, you can fill your cup. Give thanks to the morning, cause some ain't waking up and faith enough. The Jah walk with you through the rough. I know it's tough, but love's light will never leave us. You praise the Rastafari, the most highest conquering lion, Ethiopia, the home of his pride. Reside in Zion, open your eyes. Even in the darkness comes light, where Rasta reside. Love is all we need in this time. Let's go.
Divine soulmate, the same identical soul blueprint, the tranquility that measures both our ambitions and aspirations to synergies that will emerge towards successful measures that can create additional value for our children, our families, and the nations of the world at large.
Let's go.
I wanna love.
You have to have love. You want to build. It's a Rasta man chant and the battlefield. The children and the empress herself.
The spirit.
They say you have to have
Gotta
love.
have one with the universe.
They say you have to have love. You want to build. It's a Rasta man chant and the battlefield. Okay. Rastafari, we don't say, listen, yo.
Love is the universal language. 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 I'm one with love. I'm one with harmony.
Okay.
I'm one with peace. Unity. Divinity. The universe. Uthando lususa inkitha yezono. Uthando alufuna kwalo kodwa. Uthando luya. Uthando luya.
bless, you know, say, God bless. You know, say, no man can curse.
One love, man. One heart. One God. One Africa. One destiny. One purpose. One destiny.
Bless. All we need is love, and we can conquer anything. Let's go.
Thank you so much. I see behind you, backing band, looks like Danny Peterson and Dano, father and son.
That's exactly.
Drummers. Yes, indeed. They're a part of our family of the Sisterhood Circle. And indeed, the Sisterhood Circle will have music and drummers, and we will repair the souls and we'll prepare ourselves for whatever may come. Thank you so much for that exciting duo with you and Jessica and Bangini. You're a brand ambassador. We will take you anywhere. Please do take SOA to the ends of the earth. You have done a remarkable job in speaking of us, our cause.
Opportunity at this platform, and especially when we speak about his honorable, great Marcus Garvey, we're speaking about a man who has not just influenced ourselves in this group, but I think every revolutionary thinker within the diaspora. He has helped combat apartheid. This is just beyond my dreams. This is something I never thought I'd have an opportunity to share. So I thank you very, very much.
This is the manifestation of Africa's children preparing to return home and returning home. The Exodus Alliance comes next. It's being headed by Queen Hundekin, and also known as Katura Amaoka, our Vice Prime Minister, first Vice Prime Minister, and she has Ambassador Arte Mahdi and Ambassador Tanya coming up. But just before that, we have to give you the presentation of Dr. Julius Garvey before it gets too late. We will have the assistance of Jillian Robertson or Mike Leary. Thank you so much.
I'm very pleased to share this virtual platform with you as we in the Pan-African world celebrate the life and work of Marcus Garvey and commemorate his 134th birthday.
We're sharing Dr. Garvey's picture. If you don't have the background, we'll take the... Mike, we'll put the picture up. Shall we continue with the audio?
Yes, I would continue, Sharon.
Just a moment, everyone. We just heard the audio of Dr.
No, I'm able to
Julius.
see the picture of him talking as well as him speaking.
I can see the image.
All right.
Is his voice coming through, everyone?
Yes, it's coming through now.
I can see and hear him.
And the video is playing also.
And unity, cooperative economics, and self-determination, and certainly collective work and responsibility. I've been involved in structuring a 6-region entity myself that can work with the African Union since 2012, when I presented at the Global African Diaspora Parliamentarian Summit, sponsored by the Pan-African Parliament in Midrand, South Africa. Since your validation by the AU in 2018, you worked consistently to consolidate the diaspora with as many governments and non-government entities. As you know, there are many Pan-African organizations and several governments, certainly in the Caribbean, but as governments, but certainly in places like Costa Rica and Panama and Brazil, and other areas of the Caribbean, such as Cuba, certainly North America or Canada. There are many Pan-African organizations that are not governmental agencies per se, but have this Pan-African concept. Now, these all need to be brought together in some sort of seamless unity to maximize both the efficiency and the ability of the diaspora, not only to build for itself, but also to help the continent of Africa, because the diaspora needs to be helping Africa, and Africa needs to be helping its diaspora. Because we are one unit, and this is essentially what Marcus Garvey taught us, that we are one nation and we have one identity. And that one identity goes back to the beginning of humanity, 200,000 years ago when we were the first people. And our way of life goes back at least 10,000 years ago in terms of our earliest civilizations, such as Nubia, Kush, and Kemet. So yeah, we have the basis for our redevelopment after the Holocaust of slavery and continued debasement by colonialism and the current capitalist imperialism, if you will, at the present time. Today, we have an enormous array of technological tools, such as radio, TV, smartphones, social media, the internet, e-commerce, and social media platforms to create the links and network that a modern 21st century state requires. But we must own these means of communication. We must create our own stories, our own literature, our own movies and documentaries, our own educational materials. And we need to educate ourselves properly, because we've been subjected to miseducation by virtue of the fact that we have been educated in the same way and on the same subjects and the same moral, shall we say, immoral values of the people who have oppressed us. So clearly, if we have the same education system as what they have, then we'll be just as oppressive. The thing is that the only people then that we're going to oppress is ourselves. And the only people that we're going to hate and denigrate is ourselves. And this is what we see in terms of our inability to work together. And in terms of black on black violence, it's all a manifestation of miseducation and self-hate and not knowing who we are as a people. So that we need to recapture our history, because certainly history is the lens through which we look in terms of looking at the future. And we need to develop our communication, transport, agriculture, sports, culture, economic development. These are all areas in which you have been laying out your plans and moving forward. And certainly I've been involved in many of these areas and will work with you wherever we are synchronous, because I think this is a large area, because you're based on the same principles that I'm based on, which is the principles of Pan-Africanism as laid down by my father more than 100 years ago. On the other hand, I would like you to assist me in two other areas that I think are of common interest. And that is one, to clear the name of Marcus Garvey of the false charges that he was convicted of in the court in the United States. And, you know, this was totally unjust. There was no evidence apart from an empty envelope with nothing in it, and a perjured witness who admitted to this was proven to admitted to committing perjury and being coached by the prosecuting attorney. So, and there should have been a mistrial, as there was no evidence, and he should have been declared innocent. But this injustice has continued now for nigh on 100 years. He was convicted in 1923, and then went to prison in 1925, and then, you know, was deported back to Jamaica in 1927. So this is a stain on his name, and a stain on the name of all Africans, I think, because it simply shows the impunity with which injustices can be committed against us. And of course, we have seen it recently with George Floyd in the most horrible example possible. And this is something that has been going on you know, not just for 100 years, but for hundreds of years. And certainly around the same time as my father's conviction was the destruction of Tulsa, the Black Wall Street area of Tulsa, by a white racist mob in the Ku Klux Klan. So this is part of a system, and that system has to be changed. It has to be shown to be unjust, and then that injustice has to be corrected. So I would like you to go to my Twitter account, Justice for Garvey, Justice, the numeral 4, Garvey, Justice, the numeral 4, Garvey, and click on the link for the petition to President Biden. And then President Biden can use his power to exonerate Marcus Garvey. We need 100,000 signatures as quickly as possible. And you can follow your progress and my progress at our website, which is justiceforgarvey.org. Secondly, I think it's appropriate and it's important for Marcus Garvey to be honored as a major diasporan hero of the 6th region by placing a bronze bust of his likeness at a prominent place in the African Union headquarters in Addis Ababa. If you agree with this, then please go to our website, marcusgarveybronze.org, and support us in any way that you can, financially and otherwise. We had planned to do this on a trip to Ethiopia this August, but of course there was the COVID pandemic and there's the insurrection going on in Ethiopia. And we thought it wiser, and many of the people who wanted to go thought it wiser to postpone this until next year. So we have now a year to develop this movement, which we'd like to really be a major event in terms of the bronze bust, its installation in Addis Ababa, and then a trip, which is part of the whole program, which it would be basically a 2-week trip. Half of it being to Ethiopia and the other half to Ghana. And we'll be honoring Haile Selassie in Addis, as well as the installation of the bus. And we'll be honoring Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana. So please go to our website, marcusgarveybronze.org, to support us. And I do look forward to working with you over the next year. And I certainly do look forward to all of you joining us for that trip next August to Ethiopia and Ghana. Thank you very much for your attention, and it's been a pleasure to be with you.
That was excellent. There were a series of websites that were given for us to continue the dialogue with Dr. Garvey. Justiceforgarvey.org, asking for the exoneration of Marcus Messiah Garvey. That's a must. Justiceforgarvey.org. And Twitter account, Justice, the number 4 Garvey, is looking for 100,000 signatures quickly. And the bust, of course, in Addis Ababa is in the African Union headquarters is also a must. That's next year with the trip coming up. And you go to marcusgarveybronze.org, marcusgarveybronze.org. And that answers the question that Ambassador Jasmine Rowe had asked some 2 weeks ago, whether or not that's still on. And you have your answer there. We're very much on. That bus must be placed in its rightful place next to Selassie, Haile Selassie, and the great Nkrumah.
Yes, thank you. Just a few words, Excellency.
Yes, of course. Absolutely.
Yes. So I'm very grateful that we could share this video that Excellency Garvey, Julius Garvey, sent to us as a message of support. And of course, I already mentioned that we can only support his initiative, not only to have a bust in the headquarters of the African Union, but to have another one in Liberia, and if possible, in as many cities as possible. And also that he has brought to us this second topic about the conviction and wrongful accusation against Marcus Garvey. I would like also, of course, to confirm that we do support this other initiative of Julius Garvey. And I just need to consult a little bit with my government, not about the principle, but about different ways to break this conviction that means nothing to us. So we will come back after consultation with Mr. Garvey about the best ways, in fact, to have a legal process by which we can just break this ridiculous conviction. So that's also a commitment, an announcement that I'm making. And for the further details, I will have to consult with the government. Thank you very much. But of course, the message is, because Mr. Garvey, through his video, is asking 2 questions, and of course, we can easily say yes to both. Perhaps our Vice Prime Ministers would like also to say something about that. Queen
Wow, breaking news.
Yes, because I don't want to give the impression I'm taking lonely decisions. So, so Queen, would you like to express your view?
Yes, I'm not sure if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, Queen.
Thank you. Yes, of course, Prime Minister. Julius is one of our ambassadors at large, and we are all one family. So we are for each other, by each other. And so, of course, as I say, we should, and most definitely should, be in support to get our legacy father, his name cleared. So I'm fully in support and fully backing Julius Garvey. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, our Vice Prime Minister, also President of ECOSEX. What is your view on that? Oh, I don't know if he's still in the room. Mr. Johnson, Excellency. Well, he may not be available at the moment, but I think our Vice Prime Minister, myself, we know him enough to speak on his name. So I think it's a decision that is made, and then we just need to see how we can actually implement it. Thank you.
That is indeed breaking news for SOAD, and we hope the journalists who are here will certainly see to that. And definitely, Elise Herbert, breaking news. And that is beautiful news to hear about the collaboration and the support that we have from our executive government. Without further ado.
Sharon, can I just say something on that topic, please?
No, not at this time. We have waiting in the wings Queen Hundekin, and we're going to take your comments during their comment time, because we've taken away some of their time, and we'd like to ask all noble people, excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, to do give us a few extra moments of time so that we can have the full hour for this panel, and then the performances thereafter. And then Ambassador Jasmine, I'd love to have you ask a question during the question and answer time coming up. Without further ado, we would like to take Queen Hundekin. She's the moderator and also presenter in the panel Exodus Alliance.
And so I'd like to welcome again those that have just joined us. If you can hear me, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Queen.
But it's a bit low, I'm afraid.
Yeah, this is the.
Would you like me to read your introduction?
No, I think if you speak closer, it should work.
Hear me any better? Can you hear me any better now?
Ambassador Sharon?
Yes, yes, VPN Johnson.
I heard that I was being called. It is storming here. So the rain outside caused me not to be hearing you clearly. I heard that I was being called.
Yes, Prime Minister Tien, would you kindly reiterate the reason why you wanted?
Yes, sorry, Queen Windocon. Just briefly, Excellency, dear President of ECOSEX, it's just because in the video proposed by Mr. Garvey, he is launching a legal action to break the conviction of his father. You know that his father was wrongfully accused and condemned in the United States. So now we need to break this, even if it is post-mortem. However, we still need to break this conviction and this wrongful accusation. So because that's his request, we were wondering if you agree to organize, first of all, to support this campaign, and we will see later how we can actually put that to implement it. But we wanted to know if you agree with that idea. I think the storm is still continuing, perhaps.
Yes.
Mr. Jensen, can you hear me?
It is quite bad. The skies are gray, and it's a very strong downpour. So we will expect him to come back, and we'll give him the opportunity to speak. But now we have to allow Queen Hundikin to go forward.
Thank you very much.
The Excellence Alliance on May 15, 2020, 6 Pan-African organizations signed a historic alliance geared towards the mass and immediate repatriation back to Africa of not just African Americans, but all of those from the African diaspora. In this discussion, 3 of the 6 members will be discussing their role within the alliance in manifesting the vision of Marcus Garvey in supporting and implementing initiatives and plans to repatriate the African diaspora back to the continent. We have the illustrious Vice Prime Minister Keturah Amawoka, as well as our Queen of Justice, Hundikin, Kendake Hundikin, will be the moderator, and she will be speaking within her portfolio of the Minister of the 4 R's, which I don't know all of them. Repatriation, restoration.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. We are ready for you.
Thank you very much. And so, yes, let me just welcome again one and all those who have just joined us to SOAD, the State of the African Diaspora's first inaugural Marcus Garvey Day tribute for all African ascendants. And I stress the word ascendants. I welcome all our queens, kings, chiefs, chiefesses, royal dignitaries. I welcome our honorable SOAD government members, to all honorable officials, supporters, and the global Pan-African family, all protocols observed, and I welcome you all. This first inaugural Marcus Garvey Day tribute, I said, is for the African ascendants. We in SOAD use African ascendants for we are rising in the light, the life, the vision, and legacy of the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, and in fulfillment of the honor which we must attribute to our generational ancestors. SOAD is a government of action, not reaction. So let us revisit a few of Marcus Garvey's achievements to take inventory of where we are in his vision and legacy towards our manifest destiny in our use of the word African ascendants, to actionalize and actualize the Pan-African Renaissance, which was the vision of the Honorable Marcus Garvey and our right of sovereignty. Marcus Garvey and his organization, the Universal Negro Improvement Association, the UNIA, represented the largest mass movement in African-American history of more than 4 million Africans in the diaspora. What is our action in carrying this vision forward? We as SOAD and the economic community of the African diaspora's 6th region, we will take this legacy and build upon it. We intend to mobilize the masses of the African diaspora's 6th region, of which represents more than 355 million people under one unified umbrella. So we can safely say this is a work in progress. Garvey is now also best remembered as a champion of the Back to Africa movement. We can certainly say and check this box that we are on that path as well. Garvey's goal was to create a separate economy and society run for Africans by Africans. We can certainly put a half check in this box. As you know, we have, through the inspiration and foresight of Chief Timothy Samako I, we have our own Lumi currency. This has the potential to be a separate economy run by Africans for Africans, but only if we make it so. So this is in our hands. We are not there yet, but we are on our way. This is another work in progress. Marcus Garvey and the UNIA had launched the Black Star Line, a shipping company that would establish trade and commerce between Africans in America, the Caribbean, South and Central America, Canada, and Africa. As the Pan-African family, this is our next mission. As you heard earlier, our VPM Hugh Johnson has launched in 2019 the Agribusiness Commodity Exchange, where we will be processing and manufacturing and producing commodities and value-added products within the agricultural sector for Africa and in the diaspora. Garvey started the Negroes Factories Association, a series of companies that would manufacture marketable commodities in every big industrial center in the Western Hemisphere and Africa. And so as SOAD, through our smart city projects, we will be building on this premise. Our model framework in the planning of our smart cities begins with the concept of building revenue generating job creation and industries in parallel to building institutions that do not generate revenue. Therefore, our initial constructions must be revenue generating and then institutions that will consume revenue. And in that way, we have an economy built on economics and circular economics. Marcus Garvey was building a chain of restaurants. As a people, can we check this box? We do have individual restaurants, but do we have a chain of restaurants? Grocery stores, laundries, do we have a hotel? So we still have a lot of work to do collectively, and through the prophetic vision of Marcus Garvey, we must ensure that going forward from this day, that next year we can tick and check off another of the legacy actions of the Honorable Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey argued that all Black people in the world should return to their homeland in Africa, which should be free of white colonial rule. So therefore, on this note, it is my pleasure and honor to introduce to you the Exodus Alliance, an alliance of 6 Pan-African organizations, which signed an historic alliance geared towards the mass and immediate repatriation back to Africa of the African diaspora. The alliance members are the Made in Africa Project, the Sankofa Repatriation Assistance Program, the State of the African Diaspora, the Black Star Action Network International, the UNIA, the United Negro Improvement Association, which is Marcus Garvey's 100-year-old organization, and the Al-Kibu Land Development Group. 3 of the alliance members will be speaking, including myself, and I would like first to present the floor to King R.J. Mahdi. R.J. Rashad was born in Philadelphia and raised in Atlanta, Georgia. R.J. Mahdi is an African-American media and development professional with about 20 years experience in broadcast, mass media, marketing, and international business in Atlanta, New York, Miami, Memphis, Tampa, and Northeast Ohio. In 2014, R.J. repatriated to Senegal, West Africa, with his wife Aliyah and a young son, where R.J. founded the I Am Medina Bai project and the Made in Africa project as a way to get members of the diaspora to connect with the continent for the purpose of shopping, with visiting, investing, and relocating. The program has been very successful by using a plethora of media outlets and platforms to reach the masses of African people around the world. Since 2014, the organizations have directly helped hundreds of members of the diaspora to get connected, and through their media have educated tens of millions more. Since 2020, RJ has been a roving ambassador to the State of African Diaspora and a founding member Ambassador, please, I yield the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Prime Minister. Really appreciate the introduction, and thank you also to Your Excellencies, Mr. Prime Minister, our other guests, diplomats, and members of the diaspora who are joining us today. You know, this is one of those occasions that requires, you know, our collective discussion. The Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, over 100 years ago, laid out a game plan for our people that was very well thought out, very strategic, very vision focused and forward thinking. And over the years of the last century, some of us have clung to those ideals and others of us have lost them. But in any event, when you have an opportunity to come together and remind each other of what such a great person stood for, it is at that time that we all can remind and come back to that strategic game plan. And so the game plan that the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey left for us was one very specific in its definition: reconnect with home. And in doing that, he turned our focus, he turned our eyes, he turned our minds, our hearts towards the place from whence we came. And so 7 years ago, when my family and I were able to make that same goal actually come true for our family, it immediately became a responsibility of ours to continue that cycle, to continue being a bridge, to continue educating those who were seeking to understand. And so since then, our organization has been able to connect people from all over the world, African descendants, who have now been able to return, and not just for visit, but to live, many of them, to invest, to create jobs. And that's the part of Marcus Mosiah Garvey's teachings, his strategy, that we adhere to the most. It wasn't just to turn our eyes towards Africa in a philosophical way. It wasn't just to talk about Africa. It wasn't just to think about Africa, but it was an actual game plan to return, right? It was intentional, all right? Now, we know that because he went out and bought ships, right? He went out and took the action steps to begin returning us home. And even though at that time we didn't reach our final goal, we understand that that mission must continue. As we look at our conditions in the West, not just in the US, but throughout the Caribbean, not just in the Caribbean, but throughout South America and Brazil and many other places where African people are plenty, we are often treated as a people who are not in our home. We're treated as a people who are second-class citizens. We're treated as the other. It's almost like how you treat the guy who's overextended his time on your couch. And the only thing that stands in between us and the next phase of our continued existence is our knowledge of self and our knowledge of home. And so as the Exodus Alliance came together about a year ago, a little over a year ago, our main goal became for our 6 organizations to lock arms and bring our people home. Those who want to, those who are prepared, those who are serious about reconnecting. Because like the Honorable Marcus Garvey said, not all of us will be beneficial. So it has taken an extreme amount of organization, an extreme amount of collective development an extreme amount of educating one another, so that when we do return, we're not returning with ignorance. We're not returning with a lack of understanding. We're returning well-informed. We're returning well-equipped. We're returning with something to offer, as well as a way to earn our own livings and create jobs and opportunities for our brothers and sisters on the ground. And so that's what our organizations have been focusing on here as we look to build over 600 hectares of land here in Senegal for the return of the diaspora, for our people to be able to build and develop. As we look back at our historical figures, it's important to remember that that is not just history. It is not just a story to be told of old. These are examples that, if carried on, can take us to the next levels in our own existence here. And so the action-based steps are the ones that my organization and the organizations that we work tirelessly with focus on. The action-based steps, building businesses together, not just looking at the continent as a idealistic or romanticized place, but as a place that we can actually do businesses. We can actually invest in industry. We can actually build those hotels and real estate properties and markets and farms that can feed and supply and service the rest of the diaspora. We can build it here. And we're seeing it done every day, and our people are assisting it to be done every day. So action steps. We actually do have a now booming tourism industry on the African continent. The next time you take that week off and you've got a choice to go to a European nation or to go to Canada or wherever else, change your mind. Make the intentional decision and say, hey, no, if I've got a couple $1,000s to spend on a vacation, I'm going to spend it in Africa. Why? Because that couple $1,000s in Africa can help to develop and build communities, jobs, et cetera, that are now connected with the diaspora. Every little bit counts. Every small contribution to the continent counts. And we're not talking contributions like donate. We're talking about contributions like investment. So what I want to make the impact on all of my brothers and sisters, as you all have skills, you all have experience, you all have creative things to offer the world. Contribute those things to the continent. That is the true Pan-Africanism. Contribute those things towards the continent, and in turn, the continent becomes a bread basket for the rest of us in the diaspora. Then we don't have to rely on others for our sustainability. We can rely on our homeland, our continent. And so these are the action-based steps that we want to focus on as we reflect on the Honorable Marcus Garvey. He built businesses, he built platforms, he built media outlets because he knew we needed our own voice. And at that time in 1920, for a Black man to have his own newspaper, his own publications reaching that many people, it was unheard of. It was unheard of, but he knew it was important. Why? Because without our own voice and our own way to spread our actual game plan, it will never reach the rest of us. So he took the steps to not only purchase ships, but to build media outlets and to create businesses in his community and to hire his own people. These are action-based steps. This is not romanticism. And so with that being said, I want to give the floor back to the moderator, Madam Couture, as we hear from my sister, Ya, here in a second, and then we'll come on back. Madam Couture, you still there?
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Can you still? Thank you very much for your presentation. And it is about a matter of focused and 100% action into, like I said, actualize the manifestation of the vision and legacy of Marcus Garvey, but also towards our own Pan-African Renaissance. And therefore, with no further ado, I would love to introduce again our Ambassador Tonya Safir Ankoma, AKA Sister Ya. She was born in Clarksdale, Mississippi in the USA. She attended Austin Peay State University in Clarksville, Tennessee, where she earned her bachelor's degree in political science with a minor in general business. She then attended the University of Memphis, the Memphis Cecil Humphrey School of Law, where she earned her Juris Doctor in Law. Immediately after receiving her law license, she served as a Shelby County public defender in Shelby County, Tennessee. She then went on to open her own private law firm, where she practiced criminal defense law, bankruptcy law, and family law for a number of years, before accepting a position as an assistant attorney general for the US Virgin Islands. Powerful woman. She is the founder and CEO of the nonprofit organization Sankofa Repatriation Assistance Program, Incorporated, and the vice president of the Ankoma Premier Company Limited, a Ghana-based company she founded with her husband. Ankoma Premier Premium Company Limited offers services in the area of construction, importation of cars, and land acquisition in Ghana, amongst other things. She is a partner in the Prestige Herbal Clinic, which has branches located in Amasaman, Greater Accra region of Ghana, and Berekum, Bono region, providing natural herbs and homeopathic treatment to the local population. Ambassador Tonya also serves as the phylacter for the Gamma Alpha Sigma Zeta chapter of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority, Incorporated, which provides a number of social services projects throughout Ghana. She was appointed as the roving ambassador for the State of the African Diaspora on April the 21st, 2021, and it's with my great honor to welcome Ambassador Tonya. Please take the floor. Thank you very much.
Greetings, greetings. Thank you. Thank you.
Greetings.
I want to say send my greetings to Prime Minister Ten, to all the honorables who are in attendance, as well as the guests and all the other presenters today. I really powerful and informative information. Thank you all. It is an honor for me to be here with all of you today. And thank you, Madam Vice Prime Minister, for that introduction. I am the founder and CEO of the Sankofa Repatriation Assistance Program, which
I think we might have some connection issues with Tonya. Let's give her a few more minutes.
Certainly. Bandwidth issues.
Did she go out and come back in?
Yeah, she's lost her
the Wi-Fi.
Her mic.
I'm fine. Sorry, guys. The Wi-Fi. Back. You know how it is in Africa.
Okay, don't put your video on.
Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me?
Ambassador, your video may be taking up bandwidth and may allow you to be cut off. So if you have any more bandwidth issues, take off your video. But please continue for us.
All right. So, yes, created the Sankofa Repatriation Assistance Program, but because in my travels before I initially moved to Ghana, I noticed there was a need for such a program.
And being a Garveyite, being a follower of Marcus Garvey, of the Honorable Marcus Garvey, and a believer in his philosophies that we needed to return home, I felt like our people were being, there was an ongoing and continuing victimization because people were not in a position to come back home and stay because of the generations of economic oppression that has existed since we came out of bondage and that continue on to this day. A lot of our people just simply don't have the resources to move on their own. And so following in the philosophies of the Honorable Marcus Garvey, I said, you know, we can repatriate ourselves. All we have to do is practice group economics, practice cooperative economics. And then those who want to come will be able to come home. There's a lot of things that our people need when they reach African continents after having been gone for, 300, 400 years. A lot of assistance, a lot of resources that need to be provided on the ground. It's difficult to reintegrate back into African society and culture, having been gone away for so many generations. So all of these things, I started seeing, okay, these are the things that our people need to come home. You need to have family connections. You need to be connected to a family here. You need to learn the indigenous language. You need a business. You can't come back home looking to find a job and compete with our local brothers and sisters for the very few jobs that are already here. We need to create industry. We need to create business. So out of observing what these needs were, that is how the idea of the Sankofa Repatriation Assistance Program came about. The goal of it, the ultimate goal is for us to be a business incubator, providing a number of services to our people who come back, not just to Ghana, but ultimately in various African countries. But right now we're in Ghana, and as we grow, we do intend to spread to other African countries. The idea is that if everybody, again, follow me, if everybody follow in the idea and follow the action steps that the Honorable Marcus Garvey gave us, by everybody contributing a small amount so that it's not unduly burdensome on any one person or few people. If everybody gives a small amount, contribute a small amount a month, for a Sankofa, it's $1 or the equivalent of $1 in whatever currency you have. And then once we get enough people contributing and committing to that $1 a month, we will literally be able to bring people home, provide them with temporary housing, provide them with the capital they need to start up businesses, help them get on their feet, hold their hand, do everything that they need to do to be sustainable. Because what I'm finding, what I'm hearing is people want to come home, but they don't have the resources to do it, and there's nothing out there to assist them. And people are desperate to come home. And I don't think a lot of people, I don't think repatriation should be a middle class movement or a movement that only people who have the money can do, because then that continues the victimization of our people who, for generations have not been able to have the resources to get free. So that is the idea of behind Sankofa repatriation, is that we come together no matter where we are, in America, South America, the Caribbean, the UK, no matter where we are, and we all agree that we will repatriate ourselves, that we will pool our resources and provide the assistance that our brothers and sisters that don't have need to be able to come back to the continent. By starting these businesses, it not only helps our people get economically free, but it also provides jobs and add to the economy of the local communities in which we start these businesses. So anybody that wants to learn more about Sankofa Repatriation Assistance Program, please visit the website. It's www.sankofarepat.com. And a year ago, I think it was March of 2000, 19, Brother Ambassador Mahdi approached me and he said, you know, we're doing the same thing. Let's work together. And we knew of other organizations in different African countries, like Black Star Action Network, who were doing the same thing in the area, Sierra Leone, providing services to repatriates who are coming, helping them to find housing, helping them apply for their citizenship. These are the types of services that need to be on the ground for our brothers and sisters who are returning home. And we have to have the support of the people to be able to provide these services and to expand across the African continent. And I'm a proud member of the Exodus Alliance, and I'm just excited about what the future holds. We got so many wonderful things going on, so many wonderful services that we're providing for the people, and the people are speaking out and they're showing their love and appreciation for the things that we do for them as they return here back to the continent of Africa. So I encourage all of us to do what we can to keep moving in the direction and keep moving forward as our honorable brother Marcus Mosiah Garvey laid the foundation for us. He gave us the blueprint. He told us what to do. And while he was sabotaged, we now have a lot of resources in terms of technology and access to information where we can make his dream a reality. All it requires is us coming together as a people and supporting all these different initiatives, and we will get there. Africa will rise again.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Wow. And I just want to point out there really quickly, just because, all of this is so new, right? There was never a time before that we had such a direct connection, communication and collaboration wise with our continent. No matter where you're from in the world, the communication between your hometown, where you're from in the West, where you're born in the West, with the continent has always been sketchy at best. But now we live in a time when information is readily available, communication is easier. And so we use this time to connect directly with those people looking. So if you're anywhere in the world and you have an interest in the continent, but you don't know where to start, you don't have someone reliable on the ground that can be able to, do the due diligence for you, give you that, good info from the ground. That's where we stand now. So those of us that have repatriated, myself, I've been here in Senegal for 7 years. Sister Ya has been there in Ghana for years. We've got, like she says, Black Star Action Network International in Sierra Leone. They've been there 8-9 years, I believe. Actual repatriates on the ground who are actually business owners, who are actually building and developing, who are actually embedded in the communities, now being able to say, hey, look, I can walk you through the process. Not only can I help you with the small things like, trip and travel, but I can help you get settled in. I can help you find a place to live in your budget. I can help you find places to invest your money so that you can have a residual income and be sustainable. And actually be there when you arrive, meet you at the airport, walk you through, getting settled in. And then when it comes to the long term, because this is not just something short term, we don't want to look at this as a fad or something we're just going to do for a year or so and then all go back to our Western lifestyles and forget about it. No, we want to make sure that if you're coming here, you can raise your children and your grandchildren here. We want to make sure that you can find the kind of schools that you expect. You can find the healthcare that you're looking for. My younger sister followed me here 2-3 years ago. I never thought she'd do it. She did it. She came here, brought her son, got here, met a man and married him, an African brother, and then had a child. My sister, my younger sister, just gave birth to the first member of my family on the African soil in my house and brought him home from the hospital here in Dakar to my house. We had his naming ceremony right here in my house in West Africa, the first member of my family. My mother passed away 2 years ago next month. This would have been her dream. This would have been her dream to see that. And so when we see now that it can happen, because many of our sisters, you know, suffer a lot in the especially in the birthing world, right? Here on the continent, we hear about the child mortality rate and the birthing rates, right? So we're scared. But the next level is here now. We've got to be the pioneers that say, no, we're not going to run from the continent anymore. We're going to start to build and lay our roots here. We now own land here. We're now owners of businesses here. We're now having residencies and being able to legally do business here, bank accounts here. This is not a facade. This is not a fad. This is not something for right now and we forget about it later. We want this forever. We want our home forever. And we want anybody else out there who feels that connection and wants that connection to be able to come home forever. And so that's why the Exodus Alliance and our partners here on the ground are doing what we're doing for our brothers and sisters who come behind us.
Absolutely. I just want to add a little bit to that. You know, having practiced criminal law in the States and being a criminal prosecutor, I'm telling you, and not just that, everybody knows that, and I'm going to talk about America, about the United States, but it can apply anywhere. Our people are just not getting a fair shake, not in the employment world, not in the banking world, not in the financial sector, not in housing, not in the criminal justice system. The mass incarceration is just out of this world. There's a lot going on, and a lot of people have really reached a point where they just don't want to be there anymore and they feel trapped. And so this is why the things that we're doing are so important. We can't just, the members of the Exodus Alliance are not interested in saying that we're in Africa, we're fine, so everybody need to figure it out. No, we have that thing in us from our ancestors that's telling us we have to help other people, excuse me, we have to help our brothers and sisters that want to leave to come out too, to come out of that place and come home where they can find a sense of security, some happiness, and not feel oppressed, and get some enjoyment out of life. I can only, I can't tell y'all how many emails, and it's overwhelming for me, the number of people who contact me and email me that want to leave and they just don't know how. They don't know the process. They don't know the steps, or they don't have the resources and they need assistance. So we have to, as a people, come together to do this work. It can't just be the Exodus Alliance. We can't do it ourselves. We need all of us have to come together and do this work.
Right. That's absolutely right.
That's right, my sister. That's right. We are with you.
That's right. And so that brings us to one of the announcements of the evening. Do you want to do that? Here?
Sorry, Ambassador.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Ambassador. I'll just bring you in at the end, and then you can make the announcement.
Okay.
So I just wanted to, just come in and just give the SOAD's participation in the Exodus Alliance. And for SOAD, as you know, my name is Gitura Amwakung, the Vice Prime Minister and of the State of the African Diaspora, and recently coronated as Kandake, which means Queen Howindakon, which means justice and equality. I'm currently here in the village in the Gambia. I've been coming and going to the Gambia for a very, very long time, settled around 2003, 2005. Like my colleagues and my family have said, Ambassador in Senegal and Tonya in Ghana, we are not here to play. We are here to stay, and we are here to be the conduit and the vehicle by which we will help and assist our people to come home. And therefore, as it pertains to repatriation under my ministry, there are four, under my ministry, we have a program which is called the International Decade of the Great Return 2020 to 2030. And it's a multidimensional approach to repatriation, in that the Great Return stands on 4 pillars. One is repatriation, of course, which is the return of the African peoples back to their place of origin. Restitution, which is the return of our African cultural artifacts. Sorry, just turn off somebody's volume. Sorry, bear with me a second. Thank you. Restitution, which is the return of the African cultural artifacts. Reparations, which is return of our African wealth. And the restoration, which is returning the power back to the kingdoms. And this is hence why in SOAD we have created the Royal Chamber of SOAD. And the Royal Chamber of SOAD will be the vehicle by which our people can be repatriated through the kingdoms. Remember, we were not kidnapped from governments in those days. We were kidnapped from our kingdoms. And thus it makes spiritual sense to return our people back through the kingdoms and their traditional regions of origin. And hence why we were coronated to begin that process of repatriating our royal lines, because our royal lines have been obscured and have been forgotten and have been lost in the diaspora. And so our royal lines must be reestablished and returned back to the continent, into the kingdoms. And in this way, we can now redress and restore not only the power within the kingdoms, but this action also assists us in our own repair and healing in returning home to the kingdoms, relearning our cultural identity and native teachings, and the kings and queens receiving the lost children of the diaspora, and thus reestablishing our royal lines as citizens of the kingdoms. So that's why we launched on the day of the Pan-African Women's Day on the 31st of July. We launched a call for queens and kings to be coronated. And this call is for the queens and the kings in the diaspora to put forward themselves in terms of the work that they do, the contributions that they make to the diaspora, and the love they have for the continent, and in the materialization and realization of our Pan-African Renaissance. And you can find more about the call on our state website, which will be posted very, very soon. And also through the programs and our projects of development in the kingdoms, the diaspora will be an integral part of developing the kingdom. Could you mute your mics, please? Through the programs and projects of development of the kingdoms, the diaspora will be an integral part of developing their own kingdoms as they are building with the local people, and thus integration back into the kingdom community. And through ECHO 6, the economic community of the 6th region African diaspora, we are lobbying the other 5 regional economic communities on the continent, that is ECOWAS, EAC, SADC, SENSAD, and the AMU. And we seek, through the other regional economic communities, millions of diaspora across the 55 member states over the decade. So many people, and we're seeing that we are kind of being highly concentrated in Ghana, in Gambia, in Ethiopia, and in other countries, but we want to bring the diaspora across the continent and not just in specific countries. We need to populate and reestablish ourselves throughout the continent. And so through our smart city projects, of which there are now approximately 35, I believe, we will be, again, the diaspora will be repatriating and working and building their own smart cities and being integral business people, business owners, entrepreneurs within those smart cities. And Ambassador RJ Mahdi has led the charge with the Al Kibulan City project that is currently underway in Senegal. And so in closing this segment of my speech, I just wanted to, Marcus Garvey to me was such a profound philosopher. My first book was the Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey. That was my first book. And I would like to say that he, as far as I'm concerned, he's a prophetic seer. And I just, again, would like to share some of the quotes as we've been doing across this afternoon, just so that we can continue to learn from his words and his legacy towards the materialization of our Pan-African Renaissance that he dreamed of. One of them is be black, buy black, think black, and all else will take care of itself. Unite all people of African ancestry of the world to one great body to establish a country and absolute government of their own. A race that is solely dependent upon another for economic existence sooner or later dies, as we have in the past been living upon the mercies shown by others and by the chances obtainable, and have suffered therefrom. So we will in the future suffer if an effort is not made now to adjust our own affairs. Slavery is a condition imposed upon individuals or races not sufficiently able to protect or defend themselves. And so long as a race or people expose themselves to the danger of being weak, no one can tell when they will be reduced to slavery again. And just the last three, if I may, we must give up the silly idea of folding our hands and waiting on God to do everything for us. If God had intended for that, then he would not have given us a mind. Whatever you want in life, you must make up your mind to do it for yourself. If the enemy could only know that Marcus Garvey is but a John the Baptist in the wilderness, that a greater and more dangerous Marcus Garvey is yet to appear, the Garvey with whom you will have to reckon for the injustice of the present generation. And the last quote I would like to present is, look to Africa, for there a king will be crowned. And thank you very much for listening. I'd like now to hand the floor back to our ambassador and our ambassador Tonya to make some profound announcements and a very special launch, which is first heard here at this inaugural tribute. And please, Ambassador King Makati, take the floor, and Tonya, Safir, Ankama. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Vice Prime Minister. Hopefully, from today's discussion, we'll be hearing from some of you all out there in the diaspora and around Africa to connect some of these projects and get them, to a point where they're sustainable for our people. And so, really quickly, we have a big announcement. First, I want to just let you guys know that later on the link here, we're going to be having a release for a documentary. The documentary is entitled Road to Al Kabalan, and that documentary tells a bit of the story of this journey that we've been on coming home. And so really quickly, we're going to go ahead and show you all that trailer, and then I'll let Sister Ya jump in there with the big news. Okay, so just a second here.
In Africa, it's a clean slate. You can build that empire there. You can build that infrastructure there. Africa is the only place in the world where Black people can go and build Fortune 500 companies from scratch within 5 years.
All right, so that's Road to Al Kabalan. Again, that's going to be on YouTube, premiering at 9 p.m. GMT this evening. But Sister Ya, I'll let you go ahead and introduce it, and then I'll share the video here when you do.
Yes, the Exodus Alliance has a major announcement, and it's being heard first here doing this program. we've come together and we've put together, we're launching today a giveaway, a brick giveaway, with all of the gifts being repatriation Pan-African gifts. First prize, so what happens is everybody purchases a brick. The brick then allows you, for each brick that you buy, you're entered into the raffle to win one of the prizes.
So
Each
you want me to go ahead
organization.
and play the video first, yeah?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, let's let's let the video introduce it, and then we'll go ahead and break it down for a second, okay?
As a former criminal defense attorney and criminal prosecutor within the American legal community, I've seen firsthand the injustices and disparities our people have suffered in the West. Now, as a repatriate back to our ancestral homeland, Africa, and as a member of the Exodus Alliance, my organization and I have committed our time and resources to assisting many others who are seeking to return home.
That's why organizations like ours and others have joined hands in the Exodus Alliance to collectively put our efforts together and allow members of the diaspora the chance to win a free home in Africa.
To include a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom home right here in beautiful Ghana.
Additional prizes include a year of free rent utilities, a free plot of land, a 2-week retreat, airfare for 2, and even up to 150,000 USD in Lumi digital currency.
Between now and Kwanzaa, you'll be able to purchase an engraved commemorative brick and be entered to win.
Your brick costs 250 USD and can be engraved with you and or your family's name to leave a generational legacy.
Your brick will be laid on display in the common exterior areas of one of our repatriate communities.
There are only 1,500 bricks available for purchase, so get yours right away. Not only will you be engraved in the fabric of Africa forever, you'll also be helping so many others to find their way home. All right. So there you have it.
Yes. So each of the gifts is being offered by one of the members of the Exodus Alliance. So the 1 year free rent and utilities is from Made in Africa.
Made in Africa project. Mm-hmm.
Right. So, and it can be in any African country that the person choose. We will cover your rent and utilities for 1 whole year. And then one is a plot of land that's being in Senegal, in the Pan-African city, Al-Kibalon city. So a whole plot of land that's going to be given to one of our winners. And also 2 weeks vacation, a 2-week retreat in Sierra Leone. That's being offered by Basani. That's a couples retreat in Sierra Leone, 2 weeks on the Exodus Alliance. And then there are
to get your feet on the ground.
Yes, and then there's 2 free round trip tickets being offered by the UNIAACL out of Cleveland under the leadership of President General Cleo Miller. So that's 2 free round trip tickets. And then 150,000 in Lumi. Somebody's gonna get $150,000 worth of Lumi currency. And then the grand prize is the house, of course, the 2-bedroom house that will be constructed here in Ghana for our grand prize winner. And what we're gonna do, starting on the first day of Kwanzaa, we're gonna, every day, we're gonna pull we're gonna have a drawing, and somebody will win a prize. So one day will be the first day, then the next day will be another prize, and so that way the whole Kwanzaa will be giving out a prize every day. So we're very excited about it. Let everybody know, spread the word. The reason why we're doing this is to get people excited about Africa, get people excited about repatriation. get people excited about our different organizations and what we're doing. And, you know, one of the ways our people love, you know, a prize, something free, you know. So, you know, we're going to spread the word, and we're really excited about it. I can't wait for Kwanzaa so we can see who's going to win these wonderful prizes.
I think one of the things I'm most excited about in this, I'm sorry, Coach, one of the things I'm most excited about in this is for us to be able to leave that lasting, you know, legacy where we build. I think is really important, especially for those of us who are the first to come, for those of us who are a part of the development, for those of us who are investing in it and driving it. This is a way to put your name in that and to have it there for years and years to come. So these are, you know, really strong red bricks. They're going to be engraved with your name, your family name. You can put, you know, in memory of, if you want to put someone from your ancestry. And these bricks are going to be laid in the exterior pathways of our communities where we're living and building at. And so when you come home, whether it's this year, 5 years from now, 10 years, 20 years from now, you can take your child, your grandchild, and say, hey, look, that's where our name is engraved in this community because we were a part of the development, because we had something to do with seeing it through. This is not something that any one person can do. And I think a lot of us have that, you know, expectation that, you know, one wealthy person should just finance it all for us. But this is a practical way that we can all be a part of the development and have our name branded there forever and have that legacy to share with our family and with our children. I don't know if any of you, I guess everyone's around the world, but if you've ever been to Atlanta Centennial Olympic Park, where the Olympics were in Atlanta, there's a huge park just like this with the bricks engraved there in the ground. There are plenty of other places in the world. A lot of people are chipping into it. Like, yeah, I saw that in, you know, Tokyo once. I saw it in here and there. So these are the kind of things that we need to have in our communities, on our land, right? When we talk about putting the actual builders, when we talk about Marcus Mosiah Garvey, right? 100 years later, his name is still driving us today because somebody inscribed it, somebody ingrained it, somebody, you know, immortalized it, right? And so we remember, and so we're reminded, and so we work towards a common goal. And so this is the same thing. So definitely, you guys, you know, purchase your brick. That's $250. And you'll be entered to win that free home and a host of other prizes.
Absolutely, and spread the word. Let everybody know the Exodus Alliance is giving out some good stuff.
We're excited.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Tonya and Ambassador Mahdi. This is the Exodus Alliance, live and direct. We are not, like I said, we are not here to play. We are here to support our people. And the initiative, if you know of Africa, and if you know of African culture, Africans actually help each other to build their house. So where one man is building, the neighborhood will come to help that person build his house. And then the next one, when they're ready to build their house, everybody will go and build that person's house. So let's get back into our African culture and help to build the house for our first returnee into this historic brick initiative. I want to again thank the Alliance, and I would love to hand the platform back to our moderator, Sharon, and thank you again for listening to the Exodus Alliance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Queen. Hundekin, you have surpassed excellence. Ambassador Mahdi, you are incredible what you're doing for our people. Thank you so much. And certainly Ambassador Tonya gave us the spirit that you are there for us. You are ready for us to return, and you're making it exciting for us by giving us that challenge with the raffles. So I know I'm tempted to take that challenge. It is very, very lucrative. I love it. Definitely, I love all the prizes. I hope everyone will consider and make your launch out immediately by going to Ambassador Mahdi. Where do they go now if they want to participate in the raffle?
The link is in the comments.
Right, so the link is in the comments. I'm gonna drop a website again, and you can find the information there. Oh, I forgot it has to have that HTTP. Okay, yeah. So
Yes,
yeah, it's
thank
already in
you.
the comments. It's the one where it says buy your brick here. I'll drop it again.
Sister Martin, you may want to share it on the WhatsApp also.
May I ask
Absolutely.
a question about the kind of houses that will be built? I know that there is a mud used with the bricks and straw and so on, or mud used with straw and so on, that is being used now by others who really don't want to use any concrete or hempcrete. Are those houses available to be built in the Al-Kabalan housing development? Or is there a certain standard?
Are you talking about the house that's being given away or the houses that can be built in Al-Kabalan?
The houses that are going to be built in Al-Kabalan.
Okay,
Is there a
Al-Kabalan-
standard?
Right, and Al-Kabalan actually will have a host of different developers. We've already got several signed on with us. Some of them are using some of the eco methods of building. We're even building eco-tourism villages, like small eco sites, like camping sites, kind of sites. So that has a lot to do with I want to diversify it so that everyone can have the expectations that they're looking for. Not everybody wants to, live in the same standard of demand. Since we announced the Al-Kabalan project about 2 years ago, we've got a little less than 5,000 applications of people looking to live in that city. On those applications, people let us know what they want. If they want an earth bag house, if they want a dome house, if they want a standard, if they want an apartment, etc. And so we use that data to go out and find what people are looking for. Those of you out there who have skills in building, we even have people now who are introducing container houses, like shipping containers that are transformed into these really nice eco-friendly homes. Like I say, and for those of you out there who have different resources in construction, development, infrastructure development, et cetera, reach out to us. We'll see if we can put your developments out there as well. We're talking about 600 hectares. You can have a little bit of everything. That's really a city. You can have subdivisions of all different kinds, and we really want it to be diverse. And so we invite folks to come on board with us if you can facilitate.
Certainly, I will be spreading the word as a roving ambassador. What I do best, I bring people and opportunities together for the greater good, for SOAD's benefit, for advancement of its goals and objectives. I'm really so elated with this panel and to see that you're fulfilling the work of Marcus Messiah Garvey. It truly is a joy. Thank you so much for this panel and for your work. Indeed. Thank you so much, Queen Hundikan, for putting this together. And I am so proud of you. This is just one of your 100,000 projects that you have, so many projects and so many great ideas. We have a musical tribute by our great rootsman, Abijah Smith, but we'd like to take him after the announcement by Ambassador Elise Heribet Label Adshovi, and he is the president of our Pan-African Caucus of Journalists, and more also as important, the governor publisher of Label Diplomatique. We'll take you now.
Oui. Hello,
Bonjour.
everybody.
Bonsoir.
Bonjour.
Bonsoir.
Bonsoir. Est-ce que Monsieur le Premier ministre peut m'aider dans la traduction, éventuellement?
Are you asking for translation? Kandake and Hundikan, can you assist? We'd like to have translation for Ambassador Heribet, who is predominantly French speaking. Do we have we may not have any takers at the moment, although we have enough persons here. Not everyone can translate comfortably. Would you do your best to make your announcement in English if possible until we find someone? Our Prime Minister may not be on, otherwise he would have said yes.
Okay. Okay. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We have this day a historic moment. This Tuesday, August 17, 2021. The 5 issues of our magazine will be launched in sync from Jamaica, the temporal seat of the African diaspora states and the birthplace of the forerunner of Pan-Africanism, hero and worthy son of Africa in celestial blessings 1914, Marcus Garvey, to whom this day is dedicated and celebrated around the world. On this memorable day, I measure the grace that is ours, I and all the team committed to my side for officially 2 years to launch the number of grace, the number 5, to salute the memory of our ancestors who in Africa, as in the other 4 continents, have defended humanity beyond races and religion, together with all those who throughout the world and thinking of restoration Africa to the fullness of its elder status. I would like
Excuse me,
to
I was told that my name was requested. On m'a dit qu'on m'a demandé. C'est ça? Est-ce qu'on a besoin de moi?
Oui, c'est ça.
Oui,
Sorry, I was on the
souhaitais
phone.
que vous traduisez.
D'accord, si vous voulez.
Est-ce que c'est possible, Monsieur le Premier ministre?
Oui, je peux le faire.
Ok. Je voudrais vraiment saluer toutes les hautes personnalités du panafricanisme qui sont avec nous actuellement.
Vous pouvez continuer.
Je voudrais sincèrement remercier Monsieur le Premier ministre de l'État de la diaspora africaine pour le fait qu'il porte cet idéal-là avec tous ceux qui sont des ministres, des députés, des ambassadeurs, autres. Et en ce moment historique, qui est la journée légendaire et historique je voudrais remercier cette opportunité de pouvoir lancer le 5e numéro de notre magazine que je tiens en main actuellement. Le 5e numéro, je tiens en main actuellement. Le temps presse, je voudrais dire que c'est une grâce que je mesure à sa juste valeur. Moi et toute l'équipe engagée à mes côtés depuis officiellement 2 ans, de vraiment profiter de cette occasion qui est quand même une manifestation internationale, de présenter le 5e numéro du magazine, ce magazine qui va en droite ligne avec tout ce que nous venons de suivre depuis bientôt 6 heures de temps. Et je voudrais dire à chacun et à tous que ce magazine est pour l'Afrique et ses diasporas. Et à travers notre magazine, le label diplomatique, et ensemble avec tous ceux qui sont des humains, voire divins, nous voulons accompagner et soutenir l'ambition légitime du peuple africain, les 54 pays africains et leur diaspora, de retrouver sa dignité, de prendre toute sa place d'aîné dans le règne de l'humanité. Et donc, à travers ce 5e numéro, nous avons nourri des réflexions à travers des interviews avec notamment Dr Julius Garvey, le fils héritier du patriarche de la cause noire, Marcus Garvey. Nous avons l'interview, bien évidemment, du premier ministre de la diaspora africaine, la 6e région de l'Afrique, le docteur Louis-Georges Tay. Également était avec nous la reine Tassi, et aussi nous avons eu un moment de vérité avec l'ambassadeur de la Fédération Russie. C'est vous dire que à travers ce magazine, nous voulons vraiment apporter notre grain de sel à ce qui se fait bien en Afrique. Vous voyez là la une du magazine, et à l'intérieur, comme je le disais tout à l'heure, vous pouvez voir notamment les interventions pour parler de la 2e journée de l'état de la diaspora africaine. Vous pouvez voir les interventions de personnalités pour donner notamment leur avis sur ce qui a été fait. Il y a notamment la vice-première ministre, Reine Wendokon, son excellente Madame Ketura Amoako, qui a donné son point de vue. Il y a également l'ambassadeur Sharon Paris-Chambès qui a donné son point de vue. Il y a le premier ambassadeur itinérant de la SOAD, Dr Roland Goprou, sans oublier Dr Hélène Zouberi, qui est membre du Parlement, directrice des affaires publiques et assistante, bien évidemment, du président du caucus panafricain des journalistes. Nous avons eu également l'interview de la ministre chargée du patrimoine de l'État de la diaspora africaine, son Excellence Madame Marie-Ange Biot-Thébault, sans oublier l'interview du Premier ministre de l'État de la diaspora africaine, Dr Louis-Georges Tay, et je ne manquerai pas d'évoquer puisque en tant que communauté noire, il y a également la dame Marcel Chagas nous a parlé un peu de ce que vivent les journalistes brésiliens, la discrimination notamment, sans oublier également la question du chômage à cause de la pandémie actuelle. Et enfin, en dehors de bien des articles qu'il y a dans ce magazine, il y a l'interview très attendue et qui est là de docteur Julius Garvey, le fils du précurseur du panafricanisme, Marcus Garvey. Voilà un peu présenter le magazine. Pour tout le monde, bien évidemment, il y aura, je vais envoyer dans tous les forats que nous avons, le numéro en numérique, et bien évidemment, quiconque veut le recevoir peut le recevoir. Je voudrais finir en vraiment réitérant mes remerciements au Premier ministre de l'État de la diaspora africaine, qui nous donne l'opportunité d'être là à cette occasion, sans oublier l'ambassadeur Sharon, qui nous donne l'occasion en ce moment de présenter ce magazine. Et pour nous, c'est vraiment une grande opportunité. Je voudrais sincèrement remercier toutes les autorités de l'État de la diaspora africaine ici présentes, que ce soit les ministres, les députés, les ambassadeurs, ainsi que tous les caucus qu'il y a. Et je n'oublie pas en particulier le caucus panafricain des journalistes. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. So I'm going to translate. So it was a speech of Mr. Heribert Adjovi, who is the leader of the Pan-African Caucus of Journalists. So this is what he said. I would like to greet all the high personalities, the VIPs. I would like to thank the Prime Minister for the fact that he's giving his support to our ideal with all the ministers, MPs, ambassadors. In this historical time, I would like to launch the 5th issue of our magazine that I am holding at the moment in my hand. Just to make it short, I am grateful for the opportunity that I have now to introduce this issue of our magazine, which is fully in line with what has been said today. This magazine is for Africa and its diasporas. The diplomatic label wants to support the legitimate ambition of continent and diaspora. We want all of us to find our right place in humankind. So inside this issue, we have different interviews, especially with Mr. Julius Garvey, also with the Prime Minister, with Queen Windocon, the Vice Prime Minister, with Queen IG, the co-chair of the Royal Chamber. Through this magazine, we want to contribute. So you will have some interventions related to the IDAD, the International Day of the African Diaspora. So Queen Windocon has made an interview. Ambassador Sharon has also given an interview. Also, Mr. GoPro, the first Reveal Ambassador, Dr. Aileen as well. We've got an interview with Queen IG, Minister of Historical Legacy, Marcel Chagas, who is also in one of our MPs from Brazil, and who is also a member of the Pan-African Caucus. So she told us about what the journalists in Brazil are going through at the moment because of discrimination and also, of course, because of a pandemic. And of course, we are very happy to have had this opportunity to have this interview with Julius Garvey, Marcus Garvey's son. So for everybody, there will be a digital version. I will make it available in the different WhatsApp group of the State of the African Diaspora. And I would like to finish and by thanking again the Prime Minister and Sharon for this invitation. For us, it is a great opportunity, and I thank you again all and all the members of the Pan-African Caucus of Journalists, of course. End of translation.
Prime Minister Tin, I'd like to say that we accept his generous offer to put the papers from this conference in one of his issues. We're grateful. Thank you.
Yes, I will tell him. Yes, of course.
Ah oui, je voudrais finir en disant, en réitérant mes remerciements, mais en disant, comme je l'ai promis à l'ambassadeur Sharon et que je l'ai dit au Premier ministre, que tout ce qui est fait durant cette journée au cours de Marcus Garvey Day, tout sera inscrit dans le prochain numéro du magazine Le Label Diplomatique. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur. So our ambassador is saying that all the content of this discussion that we have had today will be included in the next issue of our magazine. So I think we can thank him for this generous offer. Thank you very much.
We thank you, and we challenge him to also continue the work that Marcus Garvey has done with the Negro World, published in 1914 with the aid of Amy Garwood. We are challenging him and the work of Amy Jakes that we will find journalists that will be willing to write with pay, without pay. We need to work that out, and we look forward to putting forward this as an initiative from this conference.
Yes. Thank you very much. I think we will continue this discussion, all of us. It will become even more productive, but we have to be honest.
I understand what Ambassador Sharon is saying. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you to both of you. Yes. And I will encourage also all of you to read regularly the label diplomatic, the diplomatical label that is regularly writing about us, but about Africa and the diaspora in general. Very brilliant, intelligent. And also, if some of you have companies, and if you want to have, for example, exposure, media exposure and publicity, you may, of course, start to negotiate with His Excellency so that your company, for example, may benefit from the exposure of the diplomatic label. So if you want to make publicity, that's also an option. Donc, je disais que si vous voulez faire de la publicité aussi à travers les réseaux du label diplomatique, n'hésitez pas à en discuter avec son Excellence l'ambassadeur. Vous pouvez discuter et négocier des conditions financières, mais vous pouvez tout à fait diffuser vos messages aussi intellectuels, mais aussi commerciaux à travers ce magazine qui est diffusé dans le monde panafricain en anglais et en français. So it's diffused both in French and English in the Pan-African world.
Prime Minister Tien, would you like to make your final announcement now? We are going to finish with musical tribute.
Okay. Let me put on my camera then.
Yes.
Yes. So I don't even know how to conclude it. There's no way to conclude, you know, it's an endless process.
Just the beginning.
Yes. So, and really, it's a privilege to be with all of you. I'm very glad all these actions that are announced, because this is really what we need. I would say we are Pan-Africanism in action. And this is what Marcus Garvey was and still is. So I love a sentence that I learned today when it was said that whenever an African country becomes independent, Marcus Garvey is alive. And I would take it for us as well. So we were born only 3 years ago, and Marcus Garvey is, of course, our father. We are like babies, but babies need to follow their father. And we have mothers as well. It's something that we have been reminded in the Marcus Garvey movement. There were many women. We needed to pay a tribute to them. That's why, you know, in our calendar, we have as many days for women as days for men. So we've got Carlota from Cuba, we've got Queen Nanny from Jamaica, we've got Dandara from Brazil, we've got the International Day of Pan-African Women that we celebrated on the 31st of July. And I'm very glad that we had also this opportunity to celebrate our mothers, our sisters, all the women who did such a work and were not always, to the least, recognized for their contribution. So we need to, it's not support women, it's support ourselves. I mean, the women are part of this community, they're even a majority. So it's not a favor, it's more than legitimate. It should be obvious to all of us. Just to finalize, to say something, after consultation with the two vice prime ministers in this room, I would like to complete the announcement that we made a while ago. Mr. Garvey is asking us to support his campaign to dissolve, I don't know how to say that, but to dissolve the conviction and accusation against his father. And of course, we can only support that. And after consultation with the vice prime ministers, we agree that this topic will be one of the first topics dealt with by our Court of Justice. You need to know that SOAD will create and launch its Court of Justice by the end of the year. At the moment, we are writing the bylaws of this court, and we have decided that this review trial will be one of the first cases we will have to deal with. So as you can see, we will not stop speaking about Marcus Garvey today. We will work on that with Julius Garvey. We will have lawyers on both sides, because even the United States, even in their imperialist or racist attack against himself, they need to have the lawyers. And if they don't come, probably they don't come, they will be given a lawyer for the case. So they will be defended. We will have our lawyers also for Mr. Garvey, and there will be a decision. We will continue speaking about Marcus Garvey in a few months, next year, and in fact, every day, because whatever we're doing every day is and has to be in line with what he's doing. So it's not a conclusion, it's just a continuation. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you so much. And we will continue our tribute and our commemoration with music. Thank you so much. You said it all. We have
sorry.
Is there another?
Yes,
Queen
just a very
Hundikun?
quick-
Oh,
yes,
yes,
if
go
you
right
don't
ahead.
mind. Sorry, if you don't mind, just very, very quickly. There's nothing, I think everything's been covered today. It's been an absolutely sensational day. And I think we've set the standard for our own selves that the next one next year has to be even more powerful than this one. And we keep setting the bar higher and higher for ourselves. So next year, let's make it even more powerful. Let's have the achievements that we have set ourselves. And just to let you all know that SOAD is a government without borders, and we embrace the diaspora globally, and we are here to unite Africa with the diaspora and the diaspora to Africa. And this was the dream of our ancestors and the dream of Marcus Garvey. And I thank you so much for today, and I thank you everybody for being here to celebrate with us in this first inaugural celebration. Thank you and tribute. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to all participants, royals, the executives, potentates, moderators, panelists, Garveyites. I just want to say a great thank you again. And to remind everyone that
Mr. Johnson, perhaps, or the president of ECOSIX, perhaps he also wants to, yes.
Yes, that would be great. And then we'll do our musical tribute.
Sharon, thank you to the participant, PM, VPM, all those who have participated in this awesome program today. It's a dream come true for me personally and our SOAD group and ECOSIX group. As PM Writer said, this is the beginning, not the end, because we shall continue to defend his cause, his name, his vision, and allow them to be materialized in generations to come. May I thank you all, and again, request of you, your pledge and commitment that the chain will never break where you stand, and we will all see the fulfillment of his dream, of his work, of his objective, that we may see a liberated race in years to come. Thank you one and all, and may God bless us all.
Thank you so much. Well
Thank you,
said.
VPM. And get all ready for the next day of our calendar. It will be in September, the Kwame Nkrumah Day. And I think it's perfect to continue to go from Marcus Garvey to Kwame Nkrumah.
Thank you
Sorry,
so
Prime
much.
Minister, you forgot the 22nd of August.
Ooh.
Oh yes, the day of slavery. Okay, it's the 23rd exactly, but in fact we will celebrate it on the Sunday. Well, I leave it to you, Queen Windokon, Queen IG, to tell us the next event. Sorry for my mistake. You're totally right.
It will be on Sunday, 22nd of August, and we will be commemorating our ancestors. And it will be the 22nd from 3 p.m. Paris time. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing you, to having you with us, all of you.
And Queen IG will also make different announcements, concrete announcements. You can, when you come with us, you can expect concrete announcements. It's not just a conversation, it's also action. Am I correct, Queen IG?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
And just before we go to the music, if I may, Madam Chambers, could we all capture this moment on camera?
Yes. Yes.
So that we can capture, that we keep forgetting to capture these wonderful events. And this is our first inaugural Marcus Garvey event. So please, could we all put on our cameras so that we can capture this for posterity and for our legacy going forward. If you wouldn't mind that we can all put on our cameras and let's just capture this moment. And we thank you for that, and it will be put on our website. Thank you very much. If you could all put on your cameras, if all of you could also take some screenshots, that would be wonderful. So if we can all say Uhuru Africa and Uhuru Diaspora, so that we can capture this moment.
Theo, you are not on with your camera. Maria, Lawrence, Florence, North
Could we
America,
stop
Galaxy.
sharing at the moment? Could we stop sharing the screen at the moment so we can take a picture?
Yes.
Can we stop? Oh, is that our ambassador? Could he, PM, could you ask the ambassador? Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just.
So Moria, North America, Lawrence.
Okay, we need to see everyone at once, right? So we need a full screen.
Yes, it's better.
Yes. How do we do that? Get the full screen.
Well, we cannot force them, perhaps they are not available at the moment, but
Okay.
but it's true that we need, and thank you very much for reminding us, dear Vice Prime Minister, we need to have our archives. You know, it's not in 20 or 30 years that we have to run and find back the legacy. It has to be built now. That's why Queen AG is already working on our archives and our exhibition. So it's very important. So Theo, Ingrid, Lawrence, Maria, North America.
And I'm going to page 2, and nobody has got their camera on page 2. We would
Yes.
love to see everybody who's on page 2 so that we can capture this inaugural moment. It would be very
Barrington, Dorrit, Karine, Emmanuel, Zamakouk, Gillian, Selam, Dorrit, Leroy, Gillian, Barrington. Oh, my grandmother's name is Barrington. Is it my cousin?
I think they're shy. Okay, so we'll just capture the first page, and then we.
Okay, so Uhuru, Africa.
Uhuru,
Uhuru,
Africa.
Uhuru, diaspora.
Yes.
Uhuru, diaspora.
Uhuru.
Always.
Uhuru, Africa. Oh, this is a lovely picture.
Uhuru.
Uhuru, diaspora.
Diaspora. Uhuru, diaspora in Africa.
Capture page 2. Some people have put their cameras on. Thank you so.
Thank you so much. We see the ceiling of someone's.
We have a list of countries, by the way.
Jamaica.
Ah,
Who's in the house?
Zambia.
Ethiopia.
Benin.
Benin.
Panama.
Panama.
Canada.
Canada.
Reunion
Paris,
Island.
France. Reunion Island. Martinique. Who else?
England.
England, United States.
Senegal.
Jamaica, Ethiopia.
Canada.
Jasmine is there. Ethiopia is there.
I said Ethiopia.
Great.
Rastafari. Selassie.
Yes. What other country? I think there are more.
Selassie.
Oh, country.
Yes.
Israel.
Canada.
Israel again. Yes. Exactly.
Benin.
Benin. Thank you.
Benin,
Welcome.
yes. Benin said.
Yes.
Stated.
We said already Panama. Yes, I can see. What are the other countries? I think
Oh,
there are
we
many.
have to say South Africa.
Ah, South
Dundada.
Africa.
Dundada.
Great. Excellent.
Of course, France.
France,
Of course
Martinique.
Yes.
Okay. So goodbye to the world.
No, till next time. Not goodbye. Till next time.
Exactly.
you.
Next
We're
time is
going-
coming in
See you
5
on
days.
Sunday.
Sunday in 5 days, 22nd.
I just wanted to hop in at this moment just to say that I had a fantastic day with you all. I am Aniona Jones, the principal of the Marcus Garvey Technical High School in Jamaica. Now, we are a secondary institution that was named after Marcus Garvey. A school's name was changed, and we really are looking to align our school more closely with the philosophy of Marcus Garvey. So we really are looking for partners. A lot of people think that schools need cash. No, what we need is passion and persons who can help us carve out a new way of being, especially now with everything that's happening. So I've dropped some contact details in the chat. I've just been here for 3 years, but I'm really reaching out to anybody who's really serious about helping a young administrator to really take a school that has the potential to really embody Marcus Garvey's philosophy and really impact almost 2,000 children's lives. So our population is about 2,000 with about 200 adults. And we really just need persons who don't just pay lip service to Marcus Garvey's philosophy, but really want us to design a school that can be an example across the world of how we can really educate young Black people to be more than just receivers, but really create knowledge and change in the world. So if you want to jump in and help me to rechange education, make it different, just drop the contacts in the chat. I'm really looking for partners to help me with this change because my babies deserve it. They need
You have partners. You have partners right here, some of our panelists. Valerie Dixon. Valerie Dixon has written books.
I've just turned 40 and I can do this for another 25 years. Retirement age is 65.
Excellent.
So, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's make it happen.
I will be in touch with you. I will be in touch with
you. Put your number in the chat? Yes, VPM.
My book should be in
yes,
the
VPM Johnson.
I would like
Principal, we'll respond now. We will respond. A moment, please. Yes, VPM Johnson.
I would like to assure my good principal that a team of us will be coming shortly. Because we're not about talking, we're about doing. And rest assured that you'll be supported to the fullest. You're there for 3 years now, but I must tell you that 4 of my nephew and niece, they are past students of that high school. So it's dear to my heart, and you'll be seeing us shortly.
Thank you. I can't do this alone. This dream is way too big, and that's why I know that we're on the right track. I just really need persons who can help me to understand more, to design more, to dream more, to think more, because we don't have the time to make unnecessary mistakes. We're talking about 2,000 youngsters. I think we ought to be get it right. Thanks so much.
Principal.
Thank you. You have our commitment. You've heard it from the Vice Prime Minister, the President of ECHO 6, and you heard it from our Prime Minister.
Part of that commitment is to twin in your school with a viable school in Africa, that your children can even do student exchange service. That is far in developing, and we would want your school to be first on the list as a part of the team to engage in that. So you'll be seeing us, a team of us will be coming to you shortly.
Vice Prime Minister, we also have the school in Mandeville. It's a college, NCU, Northern Caribbean University, that also want to align with us. So that's 2 schools. And Valerie Dixon also has writings on Marcus Garvey that she will look for a sponsor to give the books free to these schools as well.
That's
I would
beautiful.
like to
Our
say-
school turned 50 this year. So our school, Marcus Garvey Technical High School, turns 50 years old this year. So I think now is the time to just make it happen. Thanks again so much to everyone dropping the.
Can I just mention
I would like to say
the Jamaican
that,
Community School in Ethiopia is a good one to do exchange with. We do have a large Jamaican community here, and we have a Jamaican community school. And I think that's a good way of doing exchange. I have sent you my number in the chat.
Yes, Principal, I think you are very popular.
Very popular.
Any rock star wouldn't get more attention, you know, so so I also sent you my details in the chat. We are going to launch in September our university, the SOAS University. And I would like to say that I think all the pupils of your institution will be welcome and will have a free access to our university. So if they want to come, they will have a choice between the agribusiness faculty, the faculty of space and technology, where we are building our rockets. They will be able to go to a faculty of history or journalism or law or whatever they like. We've got 20 faculties, aviation, drones and
Yes,
robotics.
Pan-Africanism with Dr.
Pan-Africanism,
Garvey, yes.
So, and we've got the library, the Marcus Garvey Library, by the way, run, of course, by Julius Garvey. So they are welcome. So I put my number also in the chat, and you can call us. And I think there was also a university in Carolina.
Yes, there was.
Do you have their
a
contact?
university, and Nan IG. Are you familiar with that one?
With
When
this
they
one?
have we have the contact for the Northern Caribbean University here in Jamaica, and the one in the Carolinas. Is there one that you wanted to align Dr. Garvey with?
Okay. In Baton Rouge.
But I think somebody
No,
said
that's
something
Louisiana.
a few minutes ago.
Louisiana,
Somebody
yeah.
said something about
South
a
Louisiana
university.
University, LSU.
No, but I'm referring to what somebody said. I don't know who exactly said so. So if
I said
someone-
Northern Caribbean University, Dr.
Oh, was it
Tin.
you?
Yes,
was it
Northern
you?
Caribbean in Jamaica and Mandeville. They would like
okay.
to be aligned with us.
Okay, so let's have a conversation with them in the future.
Yes, thank you so much.
I have my hands raised.
Yes,
Jacqueline, Brian.
Yes.
I am Jacqueline Brand. I am a member of the UNIA here, and I know Mrs. Jones very well. We've worked very closely. And I am the guidance social worker, who's a guidance counselor working at Haile Selassie High School. And I have had a fabulous day. I have enjoyed immensely, and I will definitely be reaching out to the Alliance in terms of, I'd hope to visit Ghana this year, but there has been some changes, and we want definitely to partnership with that school in Ethiopia, or anywhere else in Africa from Haile Selassie High School.
You know what?
Thank you so much.
I can see that this part, which is kind of extra part of a meeting, is very important. And I was thinking that perhaps we should, in the future, include in every program a time for networking. Because the network is, of course, our strength. We are everywhere. There are people of African descent and African people everywhere in the world. And we want to establish this connection. So it shouldn't be something that is coming, by chance. It should be even structured. And I would like to discuss with all of you, and perhaps especially with Queen IG, for the coming meetings, whatever they are. It may be about slavery or about the parliament next month, etc. But for all the meetings, if we can have, especially the public meeting, so when new people are coming to us, so people that we don't know yet, they may know so well, but we don't know them, if we could perhaps include a session or a section in the program for networking. Is it something that you would all agree on?
Absolutely, yes.
Of course, yes.
Okay.
Okay, too.
Great.
This is an essential part of the community and community building.
Yes,
Indeed,
exactly.
yes.
That's what Marcus Garvey was brilliant at.
Certainly was. And so we can, as we continue our networking and our time together, can we, I'll get us set up for some music as you continue. And then we'll have that musical interlude to conclude our discussions. I must say, though, for those who are new, the state of AfricanDiaspora.com is a great place for information about what we're up to, our news, our updates, our projects. Please go there, the state of AfricanDiaspora.com, and check the chat. It's going to be very active. And I suppose that this recording will be made available to all. Yeah, thanks.
If I may, Ambassador Sharon, Mike, I wanted to ask Exodus Alliance if we're allowed to use our Lumi to buy the building blocks.
Ambassador Mahdi, are you there? Or Tanya, either one of them may be able to tell us, or our Queen, Hundakan, may also be able to tell us. So we'll wait for that answer while I set up our music.
Marcus Garvey.
Can you hear the sound, please?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a cornerstone of Jamaica.
Yes, we can.
Well, may I say, this is Rootsman Abijah, one of our roots rock reggae conscious artists, and he was invited to sing this morning, very early this morning, about 6:30, at the Heroes National Day, celebrating Marcus Messiah Garvey's birthday. So we joined with them in that early morning presentation by Abijah, who was one of our guest presenters.
Which inspired me to write this song. Thank you. Now, diplomatic guests. Marcus Garvey is a cornerstone of Jamaica, which inspired me to write this song. Thank you. Oh, la, 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 la. 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 Yeah. Oh, this will be a revelation. Oh, this gonna be war and frustration. Oh, this will be a revelation. Oh, this gonna be war and frustration. Marcus, talk about the problem, brother. Don't you be afraid, Lord. Talk about the system, sister. Don't you be so scared now. The devil tried to hurt you. The devil lies in you. They hoping to take you down. They hoping to mash you down. Just wear the forest ground. Separate the darkness from the light. Evil created all things. Evil ended us all in my light. I said, oh, this gonna be a revelation now. Oh, this will be war and frustration chanting. Oh, this will be long. A revelation now, now. Oh, your children say, yeah. Color is not the problem. It is the heart and mind of men. Money is not the problem. It is a greed and selfishness. Whoa, spiritual war. Oh, it's a mental war. Lord, come down and help us now. Our people have gone astray. Oh, they have been misled. Oh, they have been blindfolded. Oh, the sheep have gone away. Not knowing the hour, nor the day. I said, oh, it's gonna be. Now, now, now. It's gonna be. Lord. Oh, your children. It's gonna be. Now, now, now. Color is not the problem. It is the heart and mind of men. Money is not the problem. It is of greed and selfishness. Oh, it's a spiritual war. Oh, it's a mental war. Lord, come down and help us now. Our people have gone astray. Oh, they have been misled. Oh, they have been blindfolded. Oh, the sheep have gone astray. Not knowing the hour, nor the day. I said, oh, this will be long. Now, 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 this gonna be. Oh, your children, this will be. Oh, my brothers and my sisters, Marcus, teach us. Talk about the problem, brother. Don't you be afraid. Talk about the system, sister. Don't you be so scared. They will try to hurt you. They will tell lies in you. They're hoping to take you down. They're hoping to mash you down. They'll wear the darkness down. Separate the darkness from the light. People created all things. Even ended us all in one night. I said, oh, this will be long. Oh, yeah. This is gonna be, yeah. Oh, my brother, it can be a wonderful one. You don't need to fight, you don't need to fight. Oh, my children, Oh, my brother. Yay! I love you. I love you, Jamaica. I love all of you. One love. Irate.
We're hoping for another song. We're hoping for another song called We Shall Overcome. And indeed, we all shall overcome. If this conference is going to mark something very special, we have declared many things here today. All we have to do is to follow up on them. And we would indeed have declared and made our mark in advancing the whole human race. Thanks to the work of Marcus Messiah Garvey, Amy Garwood, Amy Jakes Garvey, all of you, all of our ancestors on whose shoulders we stand. I give you all thanks because in you, through you, Africa lives. Uuru Africa. Uuru Africa. Uuru Africa.
Uhuru diaspora.
Uhuru
Diaspora.
Africa.
Uhuru
Diaspora. Uhuru
Uhuru
Diaspora.
African
Uhuru
diaspora.
diaspora.
We have been called. Let us do the work. Let's continue the work. So it is. We're free to continue if you want. We have one more piece of music. If you're not running, I'm not running either. I'm going to play that music for you. It's by History Man. Let's see if this is it. That's Al Kabelan by Don Dada. We could come back to that, but History Man will never forgive me if I don't play his music. Can you hear this one?
Not yet.
Okay, one moment, please. I have to come back to you and integrate it into the share. You can get up and dance, you know, this, you don't have to sit. All right.
Garvey.
Can you hear it now?
Yes. Prophet of the century and a Greek philosophy. He's a man with intelligence. Or it's a Marcus Garvey, the forerunner. Sure. History about Marcus Garvey. And I catch history, yes, and I catch history. And I catch history about Marcus Garvey. And I catch history, yes, and I catch it. Now 1887 man Marcus Garvey down in a St. Anne's Bay, down in a the country. The man moved to Kingston as a royal king. A great printer, him work with Benjamin. 1904, them catch them fear because of the man journalistic career. 1908, Garvey get a big fight because him take part in the trade union strike. 1909, assistant secretary with all those work Garvey could no bother. 1910, travel to Costa Rica, Panama, Ecuador, and Nicaragua, Honduras, Colombia, and Venezuela. 1911, return to Jamaica. 1912, Garvey go to England because he want to check out them education. Wanna catch history about Marcus Garvey. Wanna catch history, yes, wanna catch history. Wanna catch history about Marcus Garvey. Wanna catch history, yes, wanna catch it. Now if you love Garvey, you shout hip hip hooray. 1914, him launched the UNIA. 1916, travel to USA. 1917, the man not tour same way. 1918, the man a teach same way. Them hate the profit through them have bad mind. 1919 them have the Black Star Line. 1920 in first conventions. Visit Cuba the 1921. 1922 in the first petition. For all black people and the League of Nation. Marcus Garvey two wife, the name sister. Hear me, so wanna catch history about Marcus Garvey. Wanna catch history, yes, wanna catch history. Wanna catch history about Marcus Garvey. Wanna catch history, yes, wanna catch it. No, Marcus Garvey first book published 1923, 1924. Me just can't figure Garvey gone to prison over income tax. 1925, oh no must remember. Them lock up Garvey up in Atlanta. How are them call him political prisoner? 1927 Garvey come from prison. 1928 Garvey in a politics. Colonial people them get jumpy over the people's political party. 1929 them put him in a prison. Him spend 3 months and them no know a war. When Garvey come out, him a fi pay for. How much him pay? £200 paper. 1930, born Marcus Jr. The 17th of the month of September. So, wanna catch history about Marcus Garvey. Wanna catch history, yes, wanna catch history. Wanna catch history about Marcus Garvey. Wanna catch history, yes, wanna catch it. Marcus Garvey headquarter for all black man. That was Eloise Park in a 1931. 1932 news publication. Daily newspaper for all black man. 1933 born him son Julius. 16 of August, enough of them get jealous. 1934 another convention. 1935 Garvey moved to England because of the colonial oppression. 1937 visit the Caribbean. 1938 another convention. Him wife and children moved to Jamaica land. 1940 them same dead at England. Go back or read the book philosophy opinion. In a the winning at this time you feel look for the man. And who the pan them might the great history man. So wanna catch history about Marcus Garvey. Wanna catch history, yes, wanna catch history. Wanna catch history about Marcus Garvey. Wanna catch history, yes, wanna catch history. Wanna catch history about Marcus Garvey. Wanna catch history, yes, wanna catch history.
On a fait des événements avec elle, notamment par exemple pour promouvoir le lounisme, on en fait avec plein de gens. Mais il y a une confusion parce que parfois, elle a fait des déclarations.
Thank you so much. That is the illustrious history man sharing with us the history of Marcus Garvey. Hope you enjoyed that. Hope you enjoyed all the musical selections. And remember, for more information on who we are, the SOAD, some are asking in the chat, the State of the African Diaspora, born 2018 at a Mauritania conference led by Dr. Louis-Georges Tin, with whom you've been hearing and listening to. We represent the 6th region, which is all of the diaspora, the African diaspora outside of the continent. Our aim is to bring us all together as one state in regions and territories and realms. So we give thanks for this moment. We have ended the conference. There's a question up for Jacqueline Bryan. Jacqueline, would you unmute and speak?
Yes. What is the question, please?
Okay, your hand is still up. So did you want to speak?
Oh, no. I had asked, shared the fact that I was from Haile Selassie High School and would like to make link.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I had shared that where I'm from, Haile Selassie High School, as a social worker.
Okay, very well.
And wanted to make linkages. Yes.
Yes, yes. So I just took your hand down, and
Okay.
we have come to the end. It is so wonderful. We still have 42 persons online. And if you'd like some more music, I could share some more music. Recording would have come to an end.